Okay, you're good to go.
Can you please make us host before you leave?
Yep. I'm making you host and you're live.
We're
gonna do that one first. So you go ahead and- Welcome to all our meetings, Aaron. Be our YouTube master.
I was IT at the last HRPB meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's live, doesn't say stop live. Yeah, we're live.
Okay.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, are we good?
We good? Live? Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement Special Magistrate Hearing for May 27th, 2021. It's 9:23 a.m. If you're in the room, please silence any cell phones that you may have so they don't interrupt the proceedings, and that'll be appreciated. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the special magistrate that's been appointed by the city to preside over this agenda. We have a few respondents present. Are we going to take those cases first?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're in the room and you're going to be speaking to me about anything on the agenda today, I do need your testimony to be sworn, so I need to place everyone under oath. I can do that all together. If you'll please stand and raise your right hands. I will swear everybody in who's currently present.
Gotta raise your right hand.
Thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You can have a seat. And then we'll just swear in folks as they come in later. So when your case is called, where do you want folks to come on up to the podium to my left? When your case is called, the way generally we will proceed is I will hear from the city first. The code enforcement officer will testify about the case. There may be documents and photographs that are contained in the file that may be displayed on the screen. You'll have an opportunity to see those. Once the city has concluded its presentation and made any recommendations for the resolution of the matter, you'll then have an opportunity both to ask questions of the city's witness and or tell me about the case from your point of view. If you have additional documents that you want to show me, that will be the time to produce those. Once I've heard everything from everybody about the case, in all likelihood, I will enter an order that resolves the matter. So that is generally how we'll proceed. Why don't we go ahead and get started with the folks who are here.
Okay, we're going to go to page 6 of the agenda, item 17, case number 20-2663. Property address is 806 South Lakeside Drive. Property owner is Eleanor Harden. Officer Hicks.
Good morning. Case number 20-2663. Location is 806 South Lakeside Drive. This complaint came in through our public services for piles of fill dirt on the property.
Fill dirt.
Fill dirt.
Okay.
The permit was obtained, which was 20-3619, and it's been in plan review since 12/21 of 20. We issued a courtesy notice back on 12/3 of 2020. Re-inspected the property on 12/21 of 2020. Found the property still to be in non-compliance. Issued a formal notice of violation hearing by certified mail on 2/25 of 2021. Certified mail received on 3/1 of 2021. The property again was re-inspected on 3/23/2021 and 5/25 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the violations. We have had personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time, July 29th of 2021, or $100 per day fine. Felipe LaFaso of Public Services will speak on behalf of the property.
All right. So permit was applied for, but it's still in review and it hasn't been issued.
Correct.
and the work was done nevertheless. Okay. Anything else from the city?
All
right, let me go ahead and-
Pardon with the city. So, Mr.
Oh,
Alfonso.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Davis. So I'm the Assistant Director for Public Works. So we've been working together with code compliance regarding this case. And basically what the fact of the matter was the property owner had placed Phil in a good-hearted manner, but in the city's right of way. They had a lot of history of flooding issues on the property, the king tides, various storm events. So they had the best intentions of trying to prevent that. It's just a matter administratively of how you go about doing that.
Sure.
Being that it is a sensitive area for stormwater outfall from Lakeside Drive, it came to our attention through other residents that notified the city. And therefore, obviously, the case has progressed to today. I actually met with Ms. Black yesterday. She and I had a very good meeting, very productive meeting. We reviewed everything, and we've come to terms with kind of a game plan that she's agreed to perform, and basically removing most of that material, about a foot of filter to remove out of the city's right of way. And I've agreed to give her about 90 days. Is that okay with you? 90 days time frame? We talked 90 days or so to have that done, and effectively remove the material, sod the area, and restabilize it, and then I'll work with them through that process to get the area back to positive drainage for us. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, so a couple of questions. Mr. Hicks, you'd indicated a compliance deadline of July 29th. That's less than 90 days. So what?
Go whatever Mr. Alfonso discussed with them.
Yeah, I think that was through the code compliance when that struck up. But as things evolve, I'm not sure exactly when this hearing was scheduled for. Now that the property owner myself has had an opportunity to physically meet and come to terms, I think a 90 days would be reasonable for her to.
So that would be more like the end of August, I think.
That'd be okay. Yeah.
When is the magistrate hearing for August?
I believe it's the 26th.
That's the 26th? Yeah, yep, 26th.
Yes, 26th.
I don't know if that's mine or not, but
That's yours.
okay. So why don't we set a compliance date for the 25th?
Okay.
Does that work from standpoint of code enforcement? And then if there are still issues, you can have it on the 26th agenda. If it's complied, it can be complied out, I suppose, and we don't have to hear it. Does that in terms of the day before, is that enough time for the city administratively to?
Well, Yolanda Robinson, City of Lake Worth Beach. Felipe you'll be performing the re-inspection.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that enough time for you?
Absolutely.
Is that
Okay.
enough time for them? Because they're the respondent.
Yeah, I'll come to the respondent in a second. I wanna-
So it's enough time for you to go out on the 25th and possibly be back here if necessary on the 26th?
Sure.
So we're good.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. I do want to hear from the respondents. Ma'am, did you want to come up and talk to me about the case as well? Come on up.
This is my mother,
Okay,
actually her own,
okay.
but she's 96.
I'm fine, ma'am, if you want
My
to,
daughter, I'm a trustee on the house.
does the city have any objection? Okay, come on up, ma'am. You can, I'm happy to hear from you. And Mom, you can definitely stay seated.
Okay.
Go ahead and tell me your name and address so that it's on the record.
Pardon?
Go ahead and tell me your name and address so
My
it's
name
on.
is Chloe Black.
Yes, ma'am.
I officially live in West Palm Beach, but my mother's 96 and can't live alone, so I moved to her house.
Understood. And that's the property in question.
Right, but my house is West Palm Beach.
Okay, I understand. Go ahead.
I did bring a couple of things that I'd like to show you.
Okay. Would you let Miss Robinson take a look at them and then she can bring them up. And what are they, ma'am? You can tell me.
One's a picture of the flooding.
Okay,
The house has been in our family since 1923,
okay.
almost 100 years.
Yeah,
And
very close.
we're gonna have a party on it in a year or two.
Yeah, that's
But we've
impressive.
had a lot of erosion,
Okay,
and as you can see, the whole east side of our yard flooded. not only with the king tide, but with all the high tides. And with the erosion, it got really low. There was a spot in our yard that was so low that it was never really dry
Okay,
because of the water table. Okay, now our property is 100 feet across, which is plenty of property for us. The city has 20 foot of easement. Several decades ago, the neighbors to the north had the ability to put in a fence 20 feet into the 40-foot easement.
okay,
And they've had that fence for years and years. They also put in like a I don't know, a seawall kind of thing and filled in the yard. Well, we hadn't filled in the yard, but my mother got a home equity loan, took a little bit of money out of properties, obviously valuable, took a little bit of money out, and we were required to fill in the backyard.
okay,
So some years ago, a few years ago, our next door neighbor to the south built an 8-foot wall with a 6-foot permit. And then they dumped dirt over on our side to try to make it look like it was 6 feet. Because when our yard flooded, their yard got water. And so they built this 8-foot wall with a 6-foot permit. And so I got involved with Mr. Ringel with the city for that. And then after my mom got the home equity loan, we had to fill in our yard. So it was my understanding we did not need a permit to do the fill. We had to do the fill, and it was to the benefit of the city for us to do the fill. So I didn't realize we needed a permit. Then they told us we did need a permit, but it was my understanding that we only needed a permit for the 20 feet for the city, not for ours.
okay.
But they charged us $300 and something plus of course the cost of filling in. Now, Mr. LaFaso came out yesterday and he looked, and Mr. Hicks has been there too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what they want us to do, which if you really think that's the best plan, is to make a moat, a swale. And if you look at the home, the yard is from Lakeside Drive to the lake, about 275 feet distance. We haven't done a single thing for 225 feet of it. What we did was try to keep the lake from going into Lakeside Drive. Now, what the city apparently wants us to do is to lower their property back down so that every time there's a high tide, or particularly with a king tide, that the water will go all the way to the street. Now, we are the poster child of runoff. We have a huge yard, a tiny little house, no asphalt, no cement. When it rains, the water goes into the yard. It doesn't, and when it goes on the street, we've never had an issue with the street, a problem. And it's not going to be more of a problem. It's going to be more of a problem if we go ahead and, make the thing lower so that the lake can go into along. They're not telling us we have to take out the dirt on our side. They're just telling us that we have to make sure our fill doesn't fall into their moat, which, I think this is a unique case on the whole, not just Lake Worth, but the whole South Florida. The king tide is an issue. I know it's an issue and people have spent millions and millions of dollars. We're trying to mitigate it and pay for it ourselves. And the city wants us to undo it. And it doesn't make sense. Now, I'm perfectly willing to make that moat, but I think that the most appropriate thing would be is to let us finish keeping the lake from coming into that area. And then check out the hurricane season and the king tide and just keep monitoring it to see if it's a benefit what we've done or if they want us to make a moat.
Okay, so let me stop you there for a minute. Does the city, first of all, I have 3 documents. I have a photograph. I have a survey of the subject property dated December 19th, 2018. And I have a FEMA elevation certificate dated November 30th, 2018. Does the city have any objection to those documents being made part of the record for this case? All right, we'll need to get, these look like original documents, so I think we'll need to have copies made of these.
You can have those.
Oh, the city can have these?
Well, I'd like the picture back, but
So we'll need to make a copy of the picture. But without objection, these will be included in the file, kept in the file and made part of the record for this case. So,
like I say, I'm willing to make the moat, but I think it would be more appropriate for us to finish what we're doing and then have the city monitor the rain runoff from the street and the lake runoff. There's 2 high tides every day. You know, very seldom is there enough rain that it would ever be a problem.
if I've understood the testimony to this point correctly, the permit is required to deal with the city's easement and that alone, not the property outside of the easement. Is that correct? I'm not sure I got Mr. Engel in the room. I'm not sure who the appropriate person is to speak to that. I want to get the city to answer that question.
This is Peter Ringel, building official with the city of Lake Worth Beach. As far as the permit goes, a permit would not be required for fill on her property, but a permit is required for fill within the right of way.
Okay.
Okay. And it's my understanding from what conversations I've had with Felipe, and I've conveyed this to the owner, that it's the city's position that the fill should not be placed in the city right of way prior to obtaining permission for it. And the request has been made by the city to have the fill removed from the city right of way.
So let me ask, and I'm looking at the survey that the respondent provided. Are we talking about the
Here, I'll
strip of land, the strip between the edge of pavement and the?
We're talking about along
Tell me
the
where we're-
northern property line. There is a 20-foot easement for the
Okay.
continuation of the right of way, and
Okay.
fill was placed in this area here.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong place. So it's,
It's this area here. So what Ms. Black is conveying is that in a king tide situation, if no fill is placed in here, this particular strip will flood with water.
Mhm.
Okay,
but that strip is the city's
that is city right of way.
right of way.
Private property.
But they have not maintained it in many decades.
And right now there is fill in that 20-foot.
Correct.
Strip of land.
And
We
that's
thought,
what brought this
yeah,
about.
we thought we were.
Okay, I got
we were
you.
helping the city to keep the water off of.
All right, well, let me have you address the comments that came from Public Works. There seemed to be a testimony that you all had talked about this and came up with a plan
Yes,
forward.
yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean, are you in agreement with,
If you want a moat, I'll make a moat.
well,
I think.
all I want,
It's gonna have to come out there later and fill that in because the king tide is going to go from the lake through the moat to the street. None of our neighbors want that.
so
We're talking about a 20-foot fill on a
understood.
275-foot property
So,
to keep the water out.
sure, and I understand everything you're saying.
It's gotta be unique. I bet in the whole of South Florida, nobody is
It's
being
entirely,
punished for trying to avoid this.
it's entirely possible. What I am not going to do for a variety of reasons, the least of which is not the fact that I'm not qualified to do it, is I'm not going to re-engineer this. My purpose for being here and your being here is strictly to deal with the technicality of the code enforcement case, the violation of having put some fill in the city's easement and the city's right of way without a permit. That
They charged me I paid $370.
Understood.
for the permit.
understood. And from what I've seen, the permit was applied for, but it has yet to be actually finalized and issued. Is that right, Mr. Engel?
State, we can take and have her apply for a right-of-way permit and refund the difference between the two permits, that is something that can be easily done.
Okay, so it sounds like that issue can be
So it would be the
worked
same
through.
cost. You know, for the right-of-way permit, you know, you'll be charged what it would be if you would have applied for the right-of-way permit. And we will cancel the permit for placing the fill, but since you're removing it from the right-of-way, I will speak with my director and see as far as a refund goes. You know, because again, the work was performed without a permit. And we had all this enforcement time spent on it. So there will be some amount of refund, our normal.
But when you came out and looked at the wall, you told me that I didn't need a permit. That's the reason we went ahead and did it.
Correct, but you went ahead and placed fill in the city right of way,
The
which
city
is not
hasn't-
permitted.
The city has not maintained that in many decades.
Well, whether they have or
And
haven't,
If I have to dig it out, then, and it starts flooding, is the city gonna come fill it in?
so let me say this, ma'am, according to the document you provided me, that is property that doesn't belong to you. Okay?
I don't
It's-
need that property, okay?
And I don't want to get into an argument with you. What I'm telling you is that you, from what I've heard and what I've seen, you put fill on property that doesn't belong to you, the property that belongs to
Try
this.
Keep the king tied.
Okay, ma'am, I listened to everything you said.
Okay,
Please let me say what I want to say. The problem is that you also put fill on property that doesn't belong to you. According to the survey that you provided, that 20-foot strip of land is not yours. It's the city's. And if you want to put fill there, then that has to be done through a city-issued permit. What I've heard from the city is that,
they would rather have a moat.
again, I'm not going to re-engineer this. I'm simply handling the code enforcement case. I'm sure there are a variety of ways to deal with this. But none of them will allow work to be done on the city's property without a permit. And that's what's happened at this point. So, you know, what I have seen is that there is a violation because there was fill placed on the other side of your property, on the city's property without a permit. That's the issue that I'm dealing with, whether
But it makes sense or not.
but again, I'm not an engineer. I'm a code enforcement magistrate. I'm not going to re-engineer this. I'm not going to second guess the building official, the public works official, or the code enforcement officer. Well, sometimes I can second guess the code enforcement officer, but you know, the folks who understand the technicalities of drainage and fill and that I am not trained to second guess that type of thing. So all I can tell you is that what has happened here is a violation of the city's code. I am happy to give the 3 months to cure the violation.
No, we can make.
Whether, so whether that means getting a permit and allowing the fill, removing the fill and not having a permit, or whatever, it doesn't matter to me how compliance is achieved. It just matters to me that compliance is achieved. It sounds to me from what I've heard that the city is trying to work with you to work through this in whatever the best way is to work.
Has
through it.
not in any way made me feel that they understand that there's a king tide issue and a high tide issue.
Well, I mean, I
They
heard,
want us to take it down so that every high tide and every king tide, it's going to flood right along their easement.
and I hear what you're saying, but I've also
On
heard,
YouTube, you think the TV channels can watch it? I mean, it's crazy.
every city official that testified in this hearing has referenced king tide and high tides
But they
and
aren't.
flooding. So I disagree with you that the city does not recognize that that's an issue.
Okay. All right.
But again, I am not the person to re-engineer this. I'm simply telling you.
Okay, we'll make the moat.
So, and I get it. You disagree with that path forward. But so here's what I'm going to do. I do find proper notice. You got notice of this. Obviously, you're here. Your mother's here. And thank you for being here, ma'am. Based on the testimony and the evidence that I've been presented with, I do find that there is a violation as cited in the notice of violation for placing fill in the city's right of way without a permit. I am happy to give the 90 days to cure the violation. And again, whatever path forward that takes is between you and code enforcement and the building department, and the public works department.
They'll get a vote.
So I will give the 90 days to comply. I think we said we're going to put a date on that is going to be August 25th. If need be, this can be back on the August 26th agenda. I don't know if it'll need to be on that or not, but that'll give the city the opportunity to bring this back to me if that's necessary. Hopefully it won't be. But since I am making a finding of violation, the city is entitled to its administrative costs, which are $425.29. So I will award, there's your photograph back, ma'am. I will award that and make that due and payable by the August 25th date as well. And I will sign that order. All right. Thank you all. I appreciate your time on this one.
We're gonna do the one with Aaron, 111 South. I took a picture of it. Because the respondents, Bobby will sit here.
Okay.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 5 of the agenda, item number 14, case number 20-2506. Property address is 111 South L Street. Property owner is Claudia Lopez, Officer Hicks. I do not believe the respondent is here, but we do have staff that is.
All right, tell me the agenda item again. I'm sorry.
Item, page 5, item 14. Case 20-2506.
Got it. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with this one.
Property location is 111 South Hill Street. Property was found to be in violations of section 23.2-21 building permit. Building permit 20-727. The application was applied for on 2/28/20. It was approved on 3/25/2021. Building permit 20-727 has been failed since March 11th, 2020 because of the proposed lot coverage exceeding maximum allowance. This permit was submitted, retroactively approved the work that was completed without a permit. Option A was to revise the existing building permit 20-727 to match the approved site plan from 2010. Option B was to submit a minor site plan amendment required building permitting to receive approval for the proposed site changes. Please note that this amendment will not allow the site to remain as is. Additional landscaping and changes of the impermeable surface will be required. We issued formal notice of violation by certified mail on 11/5/2020. Certified mail was unclaimed, posted the property on 3/29/21 and also again on 4/13/2021. Extension was given from April 29th, 2021 to 5/27/2021. It was re-inspected again on 5/25/2021, found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of all the violations. City's recommendation time to bring the property into compliance is July 29th, 2021, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by July 29th, 2021.
Does the city have additional testimony?
Not really. Erin Cita, Assistant Director of Community Sustainability. Basically, she had a vested site plan. She overbuilt beyond those. She was identified as being not having enough drainage and landscaping. And so she's been going through the process. She opted to redesign her site and she has a building permit for that, to facilitate the redesign.
And this is for the pavers that I'm seeing, is that?
Pavers, yeah. So what happened, it was already overbuilt to our current code requirements, but it was vested. So, but then they've proceeded to kind of pave the entire lot.
I see that. Yeah. Wow.
So we kind of worked out we increased or we decreased the nonconformity with the current regulations through the site plan approval process. They have a permit. So they just work has started. They just need to finish it.
Okay. And so you are in touch with the respondent?
The respondent's mostly in contact by email with us and zoning.
Yes.
And you say they are in process
Yes.
of bringing it?
Our building inspector has gone out and seen that they are moving forward, ripping up pavers and installing the landscape.
Okay. So it sounds like it's headed in the right
I
direction.
think so.
You think July 29th will, if assuming good faith, can they continue forward in good faith? That's sufficient?
So we've been working with her for a year now, so. I
Okay.
think-
Well, then that's, yeah. All right, the respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice with the posting after the return of certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation. In this case, I will allow until July 29th for the respondent to cure the violations. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is also awarded its administrative costs of $425.29 due no later than July 29th. Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to go to page 20 of the agenda, case number 55, or sorry, item number 55, case number 20-2159. Property address is 14 South M Street. Property owner is Weber Real Estate Group 2 LLC. We have the building inspector, Jeremy Scott. The respondent is not.
Case number 20-2159, Weber Real Estate Group. What else? Jeremy Scott, 52721. Property location is 14 South M Street. They were found in violation of City Code Section 23.2-21 for building permits. They were to apply, obtain, finalize, and close window installation. Permit's been disapproved and has been idle for several months, waiting on the property owner for corrections. I issued notice on 9/14 of 2020, re-inspected and found to be in non-compliance at 5/26 of 2021. Issued a formal notice of violation by certified mail, 2/17/2021. Received it on 2/20 of 2021. I re-inspected the property on 2/17/2021 and 5/26/2021. They were still in non-compliance. We do have photographs of the violations. Had not had any contact with the owner. We recommend June 28th, 2021 for compliance, or a fine of $150 per day, plus administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th, 2021.
Does the city have additional, any other witnesses?
No, sir.
So the permit was applied for, but it hasn't been approved and issued yet.
It was disapproved, and I'm pretty sure the contractor had actually, Peter?
Peter Ringel was the building official for the city of Lake Forest Beach. A permit was applied for, but the contractor has withdrawn his application, which I denied because the work has already been started. This building is in the historic district, and they did not use windows that are compliant with the historic guidelines. So in this case, I believe the $150 a day is appropriate fine if they exceed the compliance state.
All right, thank you, Mr. Engel, for that clarification. The respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence that I've reviewed, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th, 2021 for the respondent to bring the violation into compliance. After that, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City is awarded administrative costs of $425.29, also due no later than June 28th.
Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot.
Okay, next we're going to go to page 28 of the agenda. Item number 74, case number 21-804. Property address is 427 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is Eglise Demora, Inc. Fire Inspector Nicole DeRossi. And we have the respondent here as well.
Ma'am. When you're ready, go ahead.
I mean, I still need to be sworn in.
Oh, that's right. See, you got to remind me of that. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, can I interrupt? I don't know if Mr. Scott got sworn in. Can we swear him in now? He's right here. Jeremy Scott, the building inspector.
Oh,
I think he came in and didn't get sworn in.
Mr. Scott, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that everything you told me was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
He has not been sworn in either.
Okay, I will swear you in as soon as I come back to you. So I'm going to hear from the city's witnesses first, then we'll come back to you. I'll swear you in and give you an opportunity to tell me about the case at that time. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Nicole DeRossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. The property is 427 South Dixie Highway. I initially went out and did an inspection on February 9th, 2021. I could not gain access to the building. So the violations that I have are actually all from the outside of the building.
Okay,
The address isn't large enough. It's too small, so we can't see it from the road very well. Let me see. I asked them to email me to schedule a time to complete the interior inspection. I haven't had that yet. I could see that there were exit signs that weren't working, so through the windows and that type of thing. There was a lot of electrical wiring outside the building that either needed covers or to be removed. There's exposed wiring and that type of thing. There's a marquee sign there where the address needs to be posted as well, 8-inch numbers. Because I could not gain access to the building, I could not check the fire alarm records. So until I see that, I can't see if there are any violations with the fire alarm. I don't know if it's being monitored. I don't know if it's being maintained, any of that.
okay.
Let me see. They need to have an NFPA door inspection, which is a required annual inspection for any exit or fire rated doors to verify that they haven't been altered and they still comply with the code. I could see that a couple of the doors were damaged and that type of thing from the outside. I don't have an approved occupant load for the building. So when I get in there, I can calculate that. And then in the back, the garage door is severely damaged and it isn't closing properly. So they need to pull a permit to have that replaced. And there are several pictures along with my reports that show like examples of each one of these violations. I sent them notices. You have certified notices that I sent out several times that no one responded to. And then I went back on 3/11 and the exact same violations were in place.
Okay. What is your recommendation for to cure this?
I think they should have more time. They need to contact me immediately so I could gain access to the inside and finish everything. And then it should be $250 a day. Definitely gain access into there so I can check the alarm markers, make sure that it's actually being monitored and maintained. And then any other issues that might be present in the building.
Okay.
And, oh, also on the outside, if you look at the pictures in my report, there, what looks like possible some structural issues on the outside walls. Look at the bottom right bottom left
Right here?
picture, yeah, and that's all the way. If you look to the third one down on the right as well, that's all the way around those exterior walls. So I don't know what, someone needs to look at that to make sure it's still has structural integrity.
Is that included in one of your?
Yes, yeah, it's in my violations list.
Okay.
It just looks like the building needs some very much needed upkeep that needs to be done.
Okay. Sir, what is your name?
My last name is Pierre. My first name is Jehu.
Mr. Pierre, let me go ahead and swear you in. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you go ahead? If you have questions for the inspector, you can ask those. Otherwise, you can tell me about the case.
Basically, I'm here to let you know that we've been working on some violations, but our main concern right now is the outside building with the garage door, and we have some I would say the wall outside is kind of break and everything. We already submitted an application for a permit. I contacted the contractor already. So we kind of waiting for the approval so that they can start the job.
And what is the permit that you applied for? Is that for the garage door?
For the wall.
For the walls?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask Mr. Engel, do you have?
I have access to the permitting system. What address are we speaking about today?
27 South Dixie.
427 South
Yes.
Dixie Highway. I will have the information momentarily.
Sir, you heard the inspector indicate they need to get access to the inside of the building to do their fire inspections.
To give us some information so that we can set an appointment so that she can get inside.
And so, I mean, I agree that needs to be done right away.
Yeah.
That, my preference would be that you speak today and get that inspection scheduled for as soon as is humanly possible. Yes, let me go back to Mr. Engel. Yes, sir.
This is Peter Ringel, building official with the city of Lake Worth Beach. There have been no permit applications for the address 427 South Dixie. Is that correct?
Yes.
Since 2014.
Okay. So you might want to get with your contractor, Mr. Pierre, and find out what's going on. The city has no record of a.
Sorry that I didn't bring a copy of the contractor. So he told me that he went there to get the application. I mean, the approval so that he can start the job.
All right. According to the city's records, nothing's been submitted as of right now. So you might want to get with your contractor, find out what's going on. He may have picked up an application, but it doesn't sound like he has submitted anything to the city at this point in time.
Okay.
So, all right, sir, is there anything else that you'd like to tell me?
So we got in some of the minor violations, so we're working on them so that we can clean up everything. So by the date of the inspection, everything should be fine.
Okay, so you need to understand that even if you believe you've cured the violation, the city needs to come in and inspect that and put their eyes on it and to make sure that it's done to their satisfaction. So that's another reason to get this inspection scheduled immediately. Anything else, sir?
That's it.
Anything else from the city?
I just have a question. Do you know if the fire alarm is functioning or not?
Everything is working properly. So I can give you my telephone number. If you can give me a telephone number so we can set up a date or something.
You have my reports, correct? My phone number and email are all over the reports.
So let me double check if it's
The best way to get in touch with me is email, so there's no
723-4033.
Yeah, but the best way to get in touch with me is to email me, so that way we have it in writing and there's no confusion in communication.
Okay, so I will email you.
Do you have the email address, sir?
Is it NB and Delaware at PBCGov.
Yeah, N Del Ross, no I at pbcgov.org.
Yeah.
Okay,
You've got that address, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. And here's what I'm going to do. I do find proper notice, the respondent is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. The respondent's testimony is that some of the work is in process, but no permits have been applied for the work that needs a permit. I am going to require, Mr. Pierre, I need you to send that email today.
Yeah.
I need this inspection scheduled. Let's see, today's,
I can definitely go, if it works for you, I can come in Tuesday morning and do the inspection right after the holiday.
On Tuesday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Does that work for you?
Yeah, should be.
Okay.
okay, fantastic. That's even better. Mr. Pierre, I'd still would like you to email the inspector to confirm that date, but I will require the inspection no later than June 2nd. And then, is it June 2nd or is it's June 1st? I'm sorry. Tuesday is June 1st. Memorial Day is May 31st, so the inspection would be Tuesday, June 1st. Do we need to see this case back here? Because I'm not sure that you
I'm gonna
know
find once I get in there.
what you're going to find once you get in there. So I'm not sure I can, it would seem to be difficult to set a compliance deadline if we still don't know exactly what we're talking about here. I will say this, if that inspection does not occur on June 1st, there will be daily fines of $250 per day and until that inspection happens.
Okay.
So, and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded. But I'm thinking I may need to see this one again based on what the inspection reveals. So why don't we set this?
Status hearing.
Do I have a June agenda?
You have June and August.
So why don't we do, my June hearing is June 24th. So why don't we put this on the June 24th for a continuation of this hearing in terms of assessing any kind of fine. We will assessing any additional fine based on the substantive violations. I will do the $250 a day if the inspection does not happen, and then we'll see where we are on June 24th. And hopefully some of this stuff will be complied, and we'll at least have a better sense. And hopefully by then your permits will be issued as well, and then we'll have a better sense for what's left and what's reasonable to get these things cured. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 26 of the agenda, item 72, case number 21-802. Property address is 1600 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is 1600 Dixie Plaza LLC and 1600 South Dixie LW LLC, Fire Inspector Rossi. And after you hear the fires case, code also has a case for the same property. On page 20. Oh, you see that.
So again, we'll do the same way we did it with the previous case. I'll come back and place you under oath. Were you sworn in when I swore everybody in? Were you in the room?
Yes, sir.
You were, so you're already under oath. All right, so we'll hear from the city and then I'll come back and hear from you, okay?
Okay, so Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, the property is 1600 South Dixie Highway. There are 2 buildings at this property.
That goes with your file.
Okay. I did the initial inspection on January 22nd, found multiple violations in both buildings, addressing issues, electrical issues outside, some stair and handrail issues on the 2-story building. And then there were a multitude of issues in each of the tenant spaces. So what we have is the initial There's a convenience store that had a hood system that needed to be looked at and that kind of thing. I actually did, I met with the property manager. They assigned a new property manager to the property recently. So I met with him on the 25th, did a complete reinspection. He is doing a very good job of trying to get everything taken care of.
Okay,
There are just a few things that are still left. So what's still pending is finishing, getting the addresses correct on the building. There's an old marquee sign where the address is all faded, so that needs to be updated. And then he did send me a picture late yesterday. The 2-story building has the address on it properly now. I just need confirmation that the other building is done, and then he needs to finish labeling all the unit numbers front and back of the building. He understands now how it needs to be done.
okay,
There's a few electrical issues, electrical panels that need to be labeled, some conduit outside. My biggest concern right now is on the second floor of the 2-story building, which is units S and T. There's a non-approved church in there, and I cited them for change of use permit because we've had it vacant since 2013. Before that, it was just a business. So I cited them for change of use from business to a church, and that hasn't happened. And then inside that unit, there were multiple violations. Was not able to gain access back into there, but all the violations that I could see from the outside were still the exact same. So I have to assume that the violations on the inside are still.
all right. So the way that this appears on my agenda there are, it says units A through L, and then in
Yeah.
parentheses, shell, units M through T, shell, my neighborhood grocery, Eglise de Deu, that's the church?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the second floor.
Yes,
Okay, and then there are a variety of
yeah. So
NFPA
if you wanted to
violations.
go through each one of those, maybe make it easier. So the first shell, A through L,
Yeah,
that is the 1-story shell. He just has addressing, unit numbers on the front and the back, and some electrical stuff to take care of. And then my neighborhood grocery, they have a second rear exit, and they took care of everything besides the second rear exit. What I told them to do is they had to put an exit sign back up, take a lock off a door. There's an intervening door to get out the rear exit. They have a lock on that, so you
Okay.
can't go through there. They had to put the exit sign back up because they took it down when I told them not to. Take that lock off. And then the back door needs to be repaired. There's a permit for it, but it hasn't been finalized. And they need to put the exit sign back up on that back door. So that's what they have left to finish.
okay,
The
then-
church has not taken care of anything on that
so
list.
everything, all of these,
Yes. And the next one you have,
community tax service suite D.
all he has left to do is get his fire extinguisher serviced and lower it. He did everything else.
Extinguisher,
It needs to be lowered, which is, it wasn't mounted before. When I went in, it was too high, so he's just
Okay.
gonna lower it.
Edward Barber Shop,
They have some power cords going through the ceiling, a couple of extension cords, a bar on the rear exit that must be removed, and 2 surge protectors plugged into each other that need to go directly to outlets.
okay, there were only a couple of violations
Yeah.
listed for that one, so
Yeah,
it sounds like
the electrical kind of go together.
Pawn World,
That's now vacant. And actually, we went through and there was a couple things pending, but he sent me pictures. They've taken care of everything in the Pond World unit.
that's all compliant.
Yes.
And then Storage Suite Q,
So storage suite
There's just-
Q, there was someone living in there. They're no longer living in there. They evicted the tenant. I found them sleeping in there, living in there. But now that I got in there after the tenant moved out, they just have to fix, their extinguisher needs to be done, label the breakers, and I believe fix an exit sign on that unit. But the major issue of someone living in there is taken care of.
okay. All right,
So he's definitely trying to take care of it.
no, I mean, this is 2 pages worth of
It's a-
violations, and half of them, according to your testimony, are already complied,
Yeah.
so that's good news. All right, let me come back to the respondent. Sir, why don't you go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about what's going on with the property.
Absolutely. My name is Shamshir Sani. I go by James Sani. The address of the property is 1600 South Dixie Highway.
All right, go ahead.
Firstly, if I could just submit this, it's a final notice to cure all of the churches, because that is, I mean, the biggest culprit or none. So it's a 15-day notice of non-compliance, 15 days to cure, or landlord will.
Yeah, why don't you show that to Ms. Robinson, and then she'll let me take a look at it.
Firstly, thank you very much for saying I'm doing a good job. Appreciate it. It's a challenging thing, and it is quite a few pages, both from fire as well as from code. And, we're trying to tackle it as fast as we can. After Ms. Robinson and I met on Monday, come Tuesday, I sent an email that had a bunch of the revisions, including the big one, which is the curb appeal. Naturally, we'll wait for the reinspection to happen in order for them to be marked as cleared, but I mean, we're making decent progress here. Whatever Ms. Robinson would like to recommend, and whatever Ms. Del Rossi would like to recommend, I believe that I can work within that time frame. I think the only thing that would give me a concern is the stairs. So in the event that we do need to apply for a permit in order to fix those 2 areas of the stairs there, I just wouldn't want to get caught up with it. But I'm sure that if we were to schedule a hearing 30 days, 60 days, and nothing's happened, but we've completed everything else, I'm sure that we could receive a final extension. But
Okay, and in fact, you did tell me there was going to be, other than, in addition to the NFPA issues, there was other code enforcement issues, which I neglected to hear before I
know it's my fault for.
No, I bounced over to you
You want me to
before.
go ahead and call her case?
Yeah. Yeah, why don't we do that? We get all of this packaged up into one.
That's going to be on page 36, item 98, case number 20-2487. Property address is 1600 South Dixie Highway. Property owner 1600 Dixie Plaza LLC and 1600 South Dixie LW LLC. Code Manager Robinson.
Co-manager Robinson with the city of Lake Worth Beach, case 20-2487, 1600 South Dixie Plaza LLC. Mr. James, he answered one of my questions because he told me his name was James, but I see that he is also the VP, title VP on some bids. Just want to have that on record. The property location again is 1600 South Dixie Highway. This case is a repeat violation case.
Okay.
They had a order in 2019. The order is paperclip with some stuff.
Was that on the front?
Yeah. All yours should be on the front. Everything you need is there.
This is a 2019 order finding violation. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the city attempted to contact the owner and with the chronic nuisance case, a chronic nuisance agreement, and the owner declined the agreement. So we decided to move forward with this case as well as a repeat violator case.
Okay.
And you have a copy of the chronic nuisance information in here as well. The case was cited on 10/28/20. The formal notice of hearing was issued on 10/29/20. Certified mail was received on 4/7/21. Property was re-inspected on 5/24/21, and it has subsequently been inspected as well. There are photos in the file. I had contact with Mr. James. I hadn't had any contact with the property owner. The recommendation for the city is there is no reasonable amount of time because it's a repeat of $500 a day as of 10/28/20.
October 28th, is that what you said?
20.
October 28th, until compliance is achieved.
Correct. And would you like for me to go over the violations that are repeat?
That's what I was just getting ready to. It's like,
Business license 1432 violation is repeat. The use and occupancy certificate is repeat 1435, and inspection, that's repeat. We have this.
1435. What was the first one?
1432, you have a copy of this, sir.
1432.
It's in your packet.
Yeah.
Okay. The accumulation of trash and debris, 1217 is not a repeat. The accumulation of, the receptacles, which is the trash can, that's not a repeat, for 1217. LWCO 1218, garbage, trash, and debris was a repeat. And that was because they were cleaning out the church, or I think it was a church they were cleaning. Correct. So they were cleaning that out. There was garbage, trash, and debris there also. So that was a repeat. LWCO 2-75.6.2, pressure wash path area, repair all damaged shutters and vacant unit doors, repair damaged wood in parking lot area, remove all dead vegetation. Parking area to which Mr. James has complied. He has been working on the parking area. Pressure wash and paint both structures. That's a repeat.
Yep.
The repeat for 23.5-7 with the signage, that's a repeat as well. We went over the signage when we met on Monday. No repeat is for the parking lot maintenance. We cited him this time, but it wasn't a repeat violation.
See that, okay.
Okay.
Okay. And that does align with the code sections that were cited on the order finding violations from 2019. So I did verify that. Okay. All right, we got that one. Is there anything else, sir, that you want to tell me about on either the these repeat violations or the fire NFPA issues?
Sure. Just because use and occupancy and BTR is one of the larger things, I wasn't even thinking when I was sending you the final notice of compliance for the church. I have one for every tenant with 15 days until we'll start eviction, just to demonstrate that we are trying to take this seriously, at the very least I am. That this use and occupancy and BTR delays, I mean, it's preposterous. So we have no issue evicting every tenant if that's what it's come down to. My only goal here is to try and get it to be compliant. As far as the repeat violations go, would it be okay if we could just go line by line, just read one and I'll say where we're at? Because that was the thing I chose to focus on first thing.
That's fine. In terms of the repeat, city code 12-18 regarding keeping areas free of garbage and trash. Is that the trash can placement?
Yes.
Which has been resolved.
It's been resolved. No, that's for the garbage, trash, and debris. That's been resolved because they were throwing items, furniture, and
Okay.
everything down.
But that is complied?
Yes, that is.
Okay, city code section 14-32 business license.
No,
That's not invalid.
which we've given all the tenants 15.
So you're working on that, but that's still in violation.
No, it's absolutely still in violation, but it's
Yeah.
13 more days and they're evicted.
14-35 use and occupancy certificate. I guess those go hand in hand.
It's inspection. Yeah.
2-75.6.2 general requirements. Do you want to?
Yeah. The general requirements were the pressure wash path, repair all damaged shutters, and I showed you the roof tiles or whatever
That's correct.
that need to be repaired. Damaged wood in parking lot area, remove all dead vegetation. You and I can meet again about the violations as well. That's
No, of course. What I was hoping to do is just go one by one here, just so this way I could, say, here's what we're doing for that, moving on to the next thing.
So the pressure washing.
Pressure washing and painting we did for the curb appeal immediately. The rest of the building is going to be done over this weekend with our primary maintenance guy, Randall.
The damaged shutters.
All damaged shutters have been removed. The only exception to that would be the church, in which case today I will be meeting with the pastor actually at noon today, where if he cannot sufficiently close, or I guess open the shutters to their fullest, then we'll be getting them removed with another tenant there by the name of Chance. So that would be resolved today.
What was the wood?
the wood parking area is in the middle. You know, you have the flower bed and the trees in the middle. That's the one that was damaged.
That has been resolved.
Okay.
Entirely.
So that needs to be inspected though. So.
Yes, no, of course.
Yeah. And then the vegetation.
Yeah.
The vegetation's been removed.
Okay. So same as the damaged wood, those, sounds like he's saying they've done the work, but you still need to go out and inspect. And then the last code section was 23.5-1 regarding signage.
Regarding the signage suite, there were two tenants that had a violation of their signage, right? One was Suite G, where you and I had said, look, he's got to take out one of the big ones. He's removed it. I think that was in one of the photos that I sent you. If it was, I'm happy to send another. The other one, I've given the gentleman until today before 9 a.m. to take off the signage, just before the code hearing. Naturally, I didn't have time to go check. I'm going there now. I have a, in text message saying, if it is not removed by the time I drive by, I will be removing it for you, to which he has agreed. So if it's not resolved now, which I believe it is, then it will be resolved in probably 20 minutes when I leave here.
Okay. So those are all the repeat violations. There are two code sections that are not repeat, and that's 12-17, storage and accumulation,
Those are the trash cans.
and 23.4-7, parking lot maintenance.
Those weren't repeats.
No, those were not repeat. So tell me what's going on with those, and then I will need to set a compliance deadline for those because they're not repeat violations.
Okay, not a problem. So when we're talking about the trash receptacles, we talking about the trash receptacles on wheels?
Yes.
That go to the front there?
Yes.
They're currently in the back. If my memory serves me correctly, I also believe they were in the back when you did your inspection as well? No, they were in the front?
The yellow and the blue one, they were in front.
Okay, they were in front? Okay, well then we had Randall bring them to the back. In order to ensure that they stay there, what I'm considering about doing is taking a bike lock and keeping it there. We have a cleaning woman who now goes to the property 3 times a week. So I'll be giving her the key. And if the garbage cans ever need to go up, she goes around like 11:30 at night. She'll be bringing them up and then bringing them back the next day. As far as the parking lot maintenance, we were just talking about handicapping the restrike.
Yeah, we were talking about the
handicap.
The restriping the handicap.
Yes.
I saw that you performed some of that. I didn't get a chance to look at the entire email yesterday.
No, I fully understand. You're a busy person. But we did get to restrike the handicaps to the parking lot, which is what we discussed. The white regular parking spots, those are fine. At the least, mine yours. So
I have to inspect.
Okay. But that's what's going on with the non-violation. So just in my assessment, I think that, we've been able to prove ourselves just a little bit, at the very least, since I came on board, to warrant maybe just another 30 days so we can, quite literally rectify every single thing and get it up to the city standard.
Okay, so you're asking for an additional 30 days on the non-repeats. What was the, I'm trying to. Trying to tell what the fines would have been on the underlying case.
You talking about $500 a day from 1020?
No, I'm talking about in 2019, when the violations were found that make this a repeat. What was the fine for that? I can't tell from the order that I have.
They complied in time, so they only had to pay admin fees.
Okay.
And it was ordered 150 a day if they did not come in.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay. All right, anything else from the city on the code enforcement case?
No.
Anything else from the city on the fire case? Anything else from you, sir, on from your side of the equation?
I beg for mercy.
Okay. So first of all, on both cases, we have case 22-487, which is the code enforcement property standards and the repeat violations and the non-repeat violations. And then we also have case 21-804, which is, wait, that's the wrong one.
802.
Sorry. Hang on. Wrong page. There it is, 21-802. which is the NFPA cases. I do find proper notice on both of those. Respondent, the city has proper notice documentation in its file, and the city's designated agent is present at the hearing. So on the NFPA case, I do find the property has complied with quite a few of the violations, but there are some that still remain outstanding. So for units A through L, the building unit numbers remain outstanding. And building address for units M through T, likewise, the building address and unit numbers remain outstanding, as well as abating the electrical hazard. For the My Neighborhood Grocery part of the building, the means of egress maintenance remains outstanding, but all other violations have complied. For the church, which is the second floor, again, building address and unit, well, all of the violations for that unit remain in violation, and that was the building address, the unit numbers, permits required, electrical covers, draperies and loosely hanging material, means of egress, fire extinguisher, occupancy load, those all remain outstanding. For the Suite D Community Tax Service, the only outstanding violation on that one was the fire extinguisher needed to be raised, I think, or lowered.
Inspected and then lowered.
Inspected and lowered. I knew it was raised or lowered. I couldn't remember. For the barber shop, the only outstanding violation, there were some extension cords.
Yep, and then the cord going through the ceiling, which isn't allowed, and then two surge protectors plugged into each other in the back.
Now, is that all captured under
Yeah.
111.1.5.5?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the outstanding violation for that.
And then there's a bar on the back.
Oh, yes, the locks, no key tool and special knowledge. That's 1.14.5.2.3. Okay. And then Pawn World was vacant,
But they've complied with
but
that.
all of those are complied. And Storage Suite Q, that was,
The person that was living in it is no longer there. They just have a few new violations that I found after I went in there after she moved out.
okay, are those cited? Because I don't have
No,
them.
and I told him that he knows what he needs to do. And so I told him that wasn't part of the order. So he has 14 days from the date that I told him, which was Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you don't cure that, then they could file a new case based on those, but that's not part of this case.
It'll be cured this weekend.
Okay. So those are the outstanding violations in case 21-802. All others have complied. In terms of complying the outstanding violations, I mean, what I've heard is a lot of good faith effort on the part of the respondent to get these things cured. So do you think that everything else will be done within the next 30 days?
I believe very strongly, yes.
All right, I'm going to give you 30 days to comply the outstanding violations. If they're not complied, there will be daily fines of $250 per day for each day any of those violations remain outstanding. So for 21-802, all outstanding violations have to be cured within 30 days, or there will be daily fines of $250 per day. The city's administrative costs of $425.29 are also awarded for that case. For the regular code enforcement case, that one on the agenda. Here we go. That's 20-2487. Again, I find proper notice. I find that the property remains in violation as cited, because even though you may have complied some of them, the city still needs to inspect those to sign off on them. I will find that the violations are repeat violations except for 12-17 and 23.4-7. Again, for those, I'm going to give you 30 days to comply. After that, there will be daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved. And then the other violations that remain outstanding, I do find are repeat violations based on the 2019 case that was 19-1885. For those, the city's asking for $500 a day. I'm not going to hit you that hard because I really have heard good faith efforts to move forward. In the original case, you would have had to pay $150 per day if you hadn't complied those out in time, which I'm told you did. So for these, I'm going to do $250 per day, beginning October 28th until compliance is achieved. So to get that lien to stop running, you need to get these repeat violations complied as soon as humanly possible, and then that $250 a day will stop. But it will accrue every day until you get it complied. And for this case, the 2487, there are additional administrative costs of $425.29 that are imposed and for that as well. So I know that's a lot. There will be written orders that memorialize all of this, which I will sign. And I think that covers it. That was a complicated one. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you being at the hearing, and I appreciate the good faith effort to get this all worked out.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. This is part of the record for the fire case. Yeah, that was the 15-day notice before eviction. Yep, thank you so much.
James.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 28, item number 70. Oh, wait, hold on, let me make sure that was you. Okay, item number 73, case number 21-803, property address of 801 South Federal Highway. Property owner is 801 South Federal LLC, Fire Inspector DeRossi.
Do we have a respondent here on this one?
No, sir. I'm sorry. Nicole.
I was just asking if the property owner.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, 801 South Federal Highway. It's a multi-unit apartment building, 2 stories. Went there January 21st, 2021. Actually, my captain and I went there initially because we received a complaint that the gate was not functioning properly and they had it padlocked shut.
Okay.
To get out of the building. So we went there to look at that and realized, okay, it was due for an annual inspection. So we just did an inspection at the same time. So at that time, and there is, what I can see, there's a fire alarm in the building because there's full stations, but I can't determine if it's a monitored or a local alarm because I could not gain access to the panel. And then, let me see. Because I couldn't gain access, I don't know if there's a breaker lock for the fire alarm panel. I asked for access to be given to the areas that I couldn't get into, which were the alarm room and electrical room. And it looks like there's, in the front of the building, there's stairs going up to the 2nd floor. And it looks like at some point there was an office constructed under the stairs, which is not allowed.
Okay.
And so I asked them to give me access so I could look in there. We could, verify. And if it is an access, is an office and they want to continue using it, they have to try and apply for it, which I don't think it's going to pass because you can't have anything under the stairs. Let's see.
So had it been built, did you get in?
I still have not
Haven't
gotten
gotten,
it.
okay.
Yeah, so I spoke to, in between this date, January 21st, and when I went back on the 25th to do a reinspection, I spoke to the property owner a couple of times, and he said that area wasn't being used for as an office. And I said, well, if I can get access in there and verify that, then I can clear the violation. And he said, well, we can't get the door open. And I said, well, I need to see in there. So I still have not gained access.
Okay.
When I went back on the 25th, let's see, the exit signs that weren't working are now working. I still could not gain access to whatever is going on under the stairs. They installed a fire department access box and Knox box, but I have not been contacted to secure the keys in there.
Okay.
So that I can see, it's up there, doors taped shut, but he hasn't contacted me on that. Again, I still haven't gained access to the alarm panel. The alarm company did email me about 2 days ago with an alarm report showing it was done, but it's saying that zone card 2 is bad. It needs to be replaced. So that needs to be replaced, but I also asked them what is on the zone card 2. It doesn't tell me what that controls.
Okay.
So I need to know what it is, and that repair needs to be done. The gate that was the issue in the initial, but is working.
Okay.
But because I couldn't gain access, I don't know if the alarm panels, if it's being maintained properly, if the breaker lock is there, if the all the breakers are labeled, so that the other ones that are on there are because I haven't been able to gain access.
You've had email communication?
Yep, and phone calls.
And phone calls?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought he would be here today.
Okay. How did we get notice for the hearing? You need to see the file.
It's in there.
Looks like you got 2 certified mail receipts. Okay, so we have,
Mine that I tried to send to them on both occasions, and then those ones are the cities.
looks like it, according to the USPS tracking, the item was delivered on April 8th and left. So we have proper notice.
And I spoke to him after he got that notice.
Okay.
Is when he contacted
So the
me.
respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice documentation in its file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. Obviously, you need to get in there as soon as possible. So how long will it take this order to get out the door? Will it be out?
Tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm gonna give him, I'm gonna put, so. Today is the 27th, and we have that holiday.
And actually, just so that it's fair with him, I'm only in next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I'm off to the following Tuesday. So if we want to give him to maybe that following week to contact me. To do
All
that.
right, so, and I'm gonna allow until June 10th for the inspection. Once he contacts you, are you able to turn that around pretty quickly? So if we say the inspection needs to happen by close of business on June 10th, is that?
Yeah.
And if failing that, daily fines of $250 per day. On the other violations, is 30 days a reasonable amount of time to cure those? Is that? And I don't know, you may find additional.
I'd say for what's there,
For, but yeah, for what's here.
if 30 days is fine. I mean, I don't think he should have any more time, but giving him reasonable 30 days.
I
Yeah.
have to give him some time. And that's why I'm asking what would.
Yeah, I think 30 days, he should have no problem taking care of that, especially if he gets me into that room and I can verify there's nothing in there.
Are any of these more critical than that they shouldn't go that long?
No, now that I have an alarm, well, the alarm repair, yes, definitely. Not knowing, especially not knowing what that zone 2 card.
So let's say, I'm going to give him 30 days to comply, except for the alarm repair. I'd like that to be resolved by the June 10th date as well.
Now, is that the June 10th date gonna get, because now this is gonna be a special order, so I'll have to go back to it. It won't go out tomorrow, because I'll have to do it, send it to you for review.
Okay, but that's
Is that still
2
enough time?
weeks.
Okay.
June 10th is 2 weeks, so that should still be enough time. And then $250 per day for if any of those deadlines are not met, the 30-day or the June 10th, and then the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are also awarded.
Okay, next we're gonna go to page 29, item number 75, case number 21-805. Property address is 221 Wellesley Drive. Property owner is Abraham Friedman. Inspector Del Rossi.
you're ready.
Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. The address is 221 Wellesley Drive, which is titled Bouchard's Place. It is a group home in a single-family residence. I went there because they called me because they need a fire inspection for the state to renew their license. And when I went out there, I found several things, and they need to post a sign so we can find where the fire alarm control panel is. They were not conducting their fire drills properly. So I asked them to send me the next one that they did, make sure they do it while the occupants were sleeping, because they're not doing any while they're sleeping. I need to know that the dryer vent, it's an older house, so there's the access under the house. So the dryer vent was going down through the floor, and it had become detached. I need them to fix it and to verify that it went all the way to the outside of the home. The window shaker AC unit was plugged in with an extension cord. It needed to be plugged directly to an outlet. NFPA, the fire alarm hadn't been inspected since June 27th of 2019. So I told them that they need to have 100% inspection and send me the report, which I have not received. Because it is a local non-monitored alarm, each pole station has to have the sign on it that says it's a local only, the steps so that people know it's not going to call 911 automatically. There was a gate outside that needed to be repaired. There need to be a breaker lock for the fire alarm panel. Also, the fire alarm is required, according to NFPA 72, required to be on a dedicated circuit. It's shared with other things. So I told them they need to get it put on a dedicated circuit. And then there was a propane tank outside that needed to be secured or removed. The woman that runs the facility, from what I'm told, they rent the house, but the woman that runs the facility, she emailed me saying she did some things. I asked for documentation, proof, anything, and I never heard from her again.
Okay.
So I have nothing showing that anything's been taken care of.
And when did that correspondence or discussion happen?
I believe that was in March.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
been a couple months.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the biggest, and depending on how this goes, I have to notify the state as well because it is a licensed facility.
All right. Do you have, again, in terms of the urgency of these, do you have a recommendation on the time frame for compliance? Sounds like this has been going on for a while.
Yeah, well, definitely, I need the fire alarm inspected so we can make sure everything's still functioning properly. And to me, the two most important things are the fire alarm and the dryer vent. That's where we have most fires is in dryer vents.
Okay.
So to me, those are the two most important things that I would like to see completed immediately. The other ones, I think 30 days are fair, but those two are what are concerning me. Oh, and having the breaker, the fire alarm on a dedicated breaker.
So that's a permit issue. They'd have to get an electrical permit, I would think, for that.
Can we ask Peter?
Mr. Engel, can I get some testimony from you on this? And one of the violations in this case is that
The fire panel needs to be on a dedicated.
Yes, sir.
circuit, And that would require an electrical permit.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right, well, I'm inclined to bifurcate this order, kind of like we did the last one. I'll allow until June 10th for the violations regarding the dryer vent. That's 1:11.5.4. And was the other one the fire alarm?
The inspection,
That's
which is, that one is 13.7.1.4.2.
yes, 13 points. So those, the compliance deadline is June 10th.
I don't see that one. Which one is it? Oh, the very first one, FACP sign required?
No, it's NFPA. It's about right in the middle. It's NFPA 1:13.7.1.4.2 fire alarm system maintenance and testing.
Okay.
All the others will give a 30-day deadline. Either way, daily fines of $250 per day until compliance is achieved. If either of those deadlines is not met, city's administrative cost of $425.29 is awarded.
Next is item 76, case number 21-806. Property address is 1612 South Dixie Highway. Property owners Jacqueline and Robert C. Walsh. Inspector Del Rossi.
Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, 1612 South Dixie Highway. It is actually a vacant building. I went there on January 14th, 2021, an annual inspection. Can see that it's vacant. You can see the windows. There's absolutely nothing in there, so it's not being used as storage or anything like that. So the way that this building was initially addressed was 1612 through 1618. But when you look through the windows now, it's all one. All the walls have been, there's nothing separating it. So I cited them to have the main address of the 1612 put up on the building in 88 numbers and remove all other numbers because it's confusing. And if the crews try and go in at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, they can't see in those windows.
Okay.
They're going to think they're separate units. There is a lightweight truss sign on there that is replace the current sign. It's painted over, faded, and really hard to read. There is a set of double doors in the exterior of the building, and there's a picture at the end of the report that it looks like they're severely damaged, and they've used like plywood to kind of repair them. So I said them that they needed to replace those doors
Oh, I see. Yeah.
with the permit. And then also there's a lot of low hanging wiring and that kind of thing in the back of the property. So I told them to get someone licensed in there to see exactly what it is and if it's electrical or anything like that.
Inside or outside?
Outside.
Okay.
It's like, I couldn't even walk back behind there because it was so low. It's hard to tell in that picture, but, and it's like cotton trees and it's laying behind, so it's hard to tell what is what. So I told them to get someone to take a look at it. And if it is electrical, get it secured properly, that kind of thing.
Have you been in touch with the respondent in this case?
No, I have not
No
been able to
contact?
get contact with anyone. I can't remember if I think there is a sign. Yeah,
You
they
have
did sign
signs.
it.
You have a
but
signed
they never
certified mail.
contacted me after they got that.
Rochelle Williams signed the green card on March 16th.
Yeah, but no one
2021.
ever contacted me after that.
So we do have proper notice in this case, even though the respondent is not present. Anything else for testimony? Then based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll allow the respondent 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $250 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. And I'm doing 30 days because this is a vacant building. Administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, also due on the 30-day deadline.
Thank you.
Next is item 77, case number 21-807. Property address is 1914 South Federal Highway. Property owner is Rizzle Group LLC. Inspector Del Rossi.
Okay. This is kind of a long one. Okay.
Okay.
This property, it's actually 1914 South Federal Highway, 1918 and 1928. There's 3 buildings on the property. They are all multifamily residential.
Okay.
So I'll start with 914.
Yeah.
The address was too small. They needed to install unit numbers, label all the electrical meters and breakers. There was some exposed wiring outside that need to get a cover over them. And then the guards and the handrails are damaged and not secured properly. So I put that they need to be repaired or replaced. All work must be completed by a licensed contractor. There must be a permit code.
Okay.
That's actually both of the 2-story buildings. That's an issue.
Okay.
All 3 of these buildings have severe roof damage. So what I cited, and I spoke to the fire marshal about this because it's such an extreme case. So we said that the roofs, all 3 roofs need to be evaluated by a licensed engineer to determine that it's still structurally sound for resident and firefighter safety.
Is that 4.1.3
Yes,
safety?
yes.
Got it.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's that one building. Let's see, 918 has a lot of the same thing. Exposed wiring. There was a new electrical panel and meters installed in the rear of the building. According to Lake Worth Beach, the records, the permit has not passed the final inspection at that time. So I just told them, hey, you need to finish this, to make sure it was done properly. They had to label the breakers and the electrical panels, and then the same thing with the roof there. And then 928 probably had the most issues. Address, unit numbers, exit signs had been removed and were damaged. Same thing with emergency lights. I told them to either replace the ones that were moved or repair the damaged ones. There's a fire alarm in this building. So they need to install a Knox box for fire department access because I could not gain access to the alarm panel. That I couldn't gain access, so I don't know if there's a breaker lock for the fire alarm breaker. The doors leading to the fire alarm control panel must be labeled FACP inside. And then I said, contact me via email to schedule to look at the fire alarm control panel and all site records. Again, the roof, this probably is the worst roof out of the three. I had one tenant following me around and she wanted me to go into the units, which were not allowed, but she said inside the unit, there's so much damage that they're having ceiling and roof issues and that kind of thing as well. The handrails were extremely bad in this one. There's a picture where there's like a whole section missing that a child could go through, on the second floor.
Oh, it's gonna be on your left-hand side.
That's the other building. That's the very left
Or it
side.
could be the very last one.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I cited them to, pull permits, get all this stuff repaired, so it's done properly. There's a whole chain of emails between me and I don't know if he's the property owner or the representative. But he basically was doing repairs how he wanted. Like he said, oh, we're doing some repairs to the roof where we fixed the railings. I said, did you pull a permit? Well, no, we just fixed them. Okay, well, how do I know they were fixed properly? So there's a whole chain of emails here. And the last time I heard from them was March 9th, I believe.
You had contact initially through early March and nothing since then?
Yeah. Went through, addressed each thing that they said back and forth. And I just don't think they didn't like that I wasn't accepting what they were doing. And so they stopped communicating.
All right, well,
My biggest concern are those handrails and these roofs and gaining access to the alarm panel to see if it's even being maintained.
it seems to me there's a lot of important issues on this. I'm not sure I want to bifurcate it. Did you have something you wanted to add, Mr. Engel?
Which address is this?
It's the one with all the roofs, 914.
947?
Yeah,
Just to add, this property is currently running daily fines through code enforcement for the roof repairs since 2019 that they haven't taken care of. I have been in contact for more than a year on this property trying to get the roof fixed. They just ignore us. So, my theory is the maximum fine that can be given to these people should be, because the building is in deplorable shape.
So the code enforcement case that's running, that was not an NFPA.
No, that is completely separate through code enforcement.
Okay. I just didn't want to cite the same code section and
No, that completely.
start it. Okay. Is this getting to the point where
My
it's become
opinion
unfit
is
for
the
human?
building is structurally compromised. The problem is declaring it unsafe. It's an occupied building. And if we declare it unsafe, it's an illegal eviction, because once we declare it unsafe, the people have to move out.
Okay. Is the maximum fine that I can impose on this still $250 per day under these NFPA codes?
do you guys allow per violation?
I mean, we can, I believe statute states we can do per violation.
That's right.
You could cite it out, per violation at 250 if there are certain ones you want to do. And then do the remainder.
Is it 250 a day that's running on the previous case?
Well, we actually have two open liens on that property. One is from 19 and one is from 18. So right now we are running at, let's see. One of them is running at $200 a day. And the other one is running at 150. So right now they're running at $350 per day.
That's been going on for a couple of years. I mean, so you've already got a gigantic lien against.
Right, with no.
And to answer the other question, I'm familiar, some jurisdictions take the per violation approach and stack them like that. Some do not.
I think we have in the past. Or would
Only
this
if we
be
buy-
per building?
Usually if we bifurcate the order, we would do, you would do two separate, fines, but as a actual, when you have this many, historically, I don't believe we've done per
We
violation.
can do it, but such fines shall not exceed $1,000 per day per violation. So we can do it. Well, they're not a repeat. Are they? repeat?
No,
They're
No,
not a repeat.
No, these are different code sections.
Yeah, we can do per violation per day.
I mean, and you can look under the life, health, safety, and that's even more, I
My only
believe. today.
concern was I didn't know fire side or how you.
Well, it sounds to me like no matter what I do, it's not going to motivate any particular action, even though these are under the NFPA code. So I don't think it's going to matter in terms of motivation to fix things. However, I will find proper notice in this case. You've got a signed green card in the file and other. You also posted the property and you have USPS tracking information. So I will find proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow 14 days for compliance. After that, I'm going to assess Ross, I think that you kind of said it quietly, but I think it's a good idea. I'm going to assess daily fines of $200 per day, $250 per day for 914 South Federal Highway, $250 a day for 918 South Federal Highway, and $250 a day for 928 South Federal Highway. So that's a total of $750, which does not exceed the city's $1,000 a day limit. I would like to hope that would maybe motivate someone, but based on what I've heard, I'm not optimistic. Nevertheless, that will be an extremely large lien. I will assess award the city's administrative costs of $425.29, and I will sign that order.
And that does it.
All right, see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 4 of the agenda, item number 10, case number 20-1653. Property address is 431 Boutwell Road. Property owner is Palm Beach Mobile Home Park, Officer Hicks.
Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. Property location is 431 Boutwell Road. The property was found to be in a violation of city code sections 14-35 to pass the use and occupancy inspection. That was completed on 8/12 of 2020. The following trailers are in violations. 306 Evergreen Drive. Shed in addition must be removed. No current trailer registration attached. to trailer, paint all patios and walkways, clean up all landscaping debris, and remove all mildew and dirt from trailer. 405 Almond Drive, all rotten wood must be replaced. Wall AC unit needs to be attached properly. Remove all boards from windows and remove all screws from windows. 406 Cypress Drive, remove all screws from windows. 407 Evergreen Drive needs current registration attached to trailer. 408 Almond Drive, addition must be removed. Trash and debris, parking on landscape, shed needs to be removed. Mildew and dirt needs to be removed from all cement areas. Lift up all storm shutters, resurface and reseal asphalt area. 409 Banyan Drive, resurface and reseal asphalt areas. 410 Banyan Drive, resurface and reseal asphalt area. Shed needs to be removed. Clean and paint patio, repair all storm awnings with proper supports. 411 Almond Drive, trailer registration needs to be attached and garbage cans removed from public view. 422 Banyan Drive, resurface and reseal asphalt areas, remove all dirt and mildew from parking area and paint as needed. Trash and debris around property, washing machine outside needs to be removed. 425 Evergreen Drive, no handrails for steps. Remove all screws from windows. Wall unit AC supports need to be mounted properly. 2103 Crescent Drive, remove all tape and screws from windows. Replace any broken windows. Repair and replace any missing skirting. Finish painting the shutters. 2106 Second Avenue North, vehicles parking on grass. The tie downs on the mobile home does not appear to be consistent with the manufacturer's details. Please provide documentation that the tie down is sufficient for wind loading up to 170 miles per hour. 2107 Crescent Drive, trailer needs to have current registration attached. 2108 Second Avenue North, trash and debris. Lot needs 50% living ground cover. Boards blocking windows from the inside. Remove all carpet and wood on the ground. Clean and repaint patio area. Issued courtesy notice for the violation on 8/12 of 2020. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/10 of 2021. The certified mail was received on 2/16 of 2021. Posted a property on 4/19 of 2021. Property was re-inspected on 5/19/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of all the violations and are attached to the file. I've had personal contact with the property manager. The city's recommendation time is July 29th of 2021, or fines of $150 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29, also to be paid by July 27th, 2021.
So what's happened since we were here last?
This is a different part.
Oh, this is. I thought this was the last case. Okay.
And Mr. Ringel's here also to testify if you need to.
Okay. So, is there anything else you want to put on the record before I go to respondent? Yeah, I'm okay with it. So is your client going to testify? Do I need to swear?
Yes.
I just need to swear. I don't think you guys were here when I've been placing people under oath. Go ahead and raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Adriana Boston, the property manager at 431 Powell Road.
Thank you. Go ahead, or however you want to proceed.
Okay, Your Honor. I think we give a background of the last mobile home park was Holiday Park 2. This is a different mobile home park. And this one is 308 homes in there. It's an over 55 community. Very similar issues to the other one, very similar issues to Brownie Breezes that you know about. It's affordable housing here in the city of Lake Wolf Beach. The original violation, the NOV, indicated all of the units within, it was part of the UNO permit inspection. It included all the units. And if you read that initial NOV, it's probably 25, 30 pages of different, garbage on this site, garbage on that site, a shed here, a shed there. So there was a lot of issues. What was determined later on was that the issue of the personal property versus real property, who's responsible for the violations of each violation, whether it's on the personal property or on the real property. That was decided fairly recently that they would divide it and say, okay, it's only the mobile homes that the park actually owns, which broke it down to, how many do you actually own?
We have 328.
How many own?
Just these.
Oh, so they just own the 13 that are here.
14.
14.
Let's say we're down to 14 from
14.
300.
So we started out with like a lot, 308, and then now we're down to 14 on this. And typically they come into possession of it when somebody doesn't pay the rent or upkeep or do something. They end up abandoning the mobile home, or they get evicted, and the mobile home actually becomes property of the mobile home park, and then they rent it to sell. So all of these are rented to sell.
Okay.
Okay. So, and that'll address a couple issues. The thing is, with the laundry list that we received in February, and then we got an update. There's 2 updates that came subsequent, and they were due to subsequent inspections. They're not consistent as they go. So something that was part of the NOV in February was fixed, and then there was something else found on the subsequent inspection that wasn't part of the February NOV. So we're kind of dealing with a moving target. Every time that there's an inspection, they find, there'll be something else or something else or something else. I got it. It's a lot of properties, and when you go back, you see something you haven't seen. And obviously our client, like my other client, wants to fix everything, wants to make everything good, understands the city's position on mobile home parks and the non-conforming use. Now, if we go one by one on, I guess the last one was, you read off the sheet, Mr. Hicks read off the sheet that was submitted 2 weeks ago to my client, which includes some stuff, but not other stuff that was in some violations that were included in the February letter, but not some new stuff. Okay. So it's kind of hard to get where the target is. And if we're working together and trying to find out and get it all resolved, we need to I think this one says what's going on.
Well, I think for my purposes, this code enforcement case, based on the testimony and that's now been presented, is what was read into the record. So to me, if those are the violations that have to be cured to bring this case into compliance.
Right, Your Honor, but also you have to give my client note. You can't show up on the court date without notice.
You're saying that some of this is not included in the.
Yes.
I was thinking it was the other way around.
No. Some of it's not included. Some of this has been resolved. Some of the other stuff's been resolved. But the material here was provided on May 13th. We're not part of the original NOV.
Okay, I thought it was happening the other way around.
It's very difficult for my client to make those changes without having notice.
So your position is that the notice of violation was sent and it was all encompassing, but it did not include some of the things that were testified to.
Correct. And on 3 different occasions, there was a subsequent inspection, which is inconsistent with the original inspection. And then there's the May 13th inspection that was inconsistent with the original NOV, which is before you. So if what should have happened was an NOV issued as of May 13th to say, hey, we've taken out all the other things, the ones that are independently owned.
Right.
And here's your NOV, here is your notice of the violations as of May 13th. That would have been the appropriate notice.
Has there been any subsequent, let me ask the city, so have there been any subsequent notices sent other than the original one? I understand there may have been inspections. Have the notices been amended?
There has not been any subsequent notices, but the reason for the re-inspections is In order to pass 1435, the property has to be in compliance. So if we go out and re-inspect and we find additional violations, we're gonna let you know that there are additional violations. You need to address these because the inspection will not pass. So it's not as if that 1435 encompass any violation included in the use and occupancy inspection. So all of that has to be cleared in order to pass that 1435.
So the city's position is that even if it's not part of the notice of violation, those things that were not listed have to be addressed in order to get the use and occupancy.
Correct, because technically it is a part because of the 1435, so it encompasses everything. So it has to be in complete compliance in order to pass. So if someone throws trash out after the notice is sent, we're gonna let you know, make sure that's cleaned up before you schedule an inspection, okay? All right.
But that would not be subject to a compliance deadline and a daily fine other than to the extent that it's attached to the use and occupancy
Inspection, right?
Your Honor, I completely understand that position, but if you have in the 1435 permitting is one thing, but when we're here on an NOV and there were new items placed on that NOV, it's hard for us to comply within the set amount of time. We want to get it all done. So if it's a negotiation over, hey, let's work towards getting our 1435, that's one thing. But here under an NOV has fine consequences. It has lien consequences, more so than just coming into compliance so we can get a permit. And we're not talking about our roofs are coming in and there's people, with their ceilings falling in and we have fire hazards. These are not life safety issues. These are cut grass. These are garbage. These are.
There's life safety issues.
There are pavement issues which are being handled. If you look at 306 Evergreen.
Yeah.
This individual, if we go one by one, 306 Evergreen, that individual is in Cuba and he's not allowed to return to the United States until coronavirus clears. So we asked him through email, hey, can we go in and resolve the issues? He said, you can't touch my personal property. There's nothing we can do to make him come into compliance with us, except for put that effort in until coronavirus ends and then allow him to return from Cuba. On 405 Almond Drive, all of that has been completed. We have pictures if you would like them.
Please do note that the property is not in compliance till everything is completed, so.
Everything
has-
in
Yeah.
this, in this list though.
But
Correct.
if we're doing 1435 compliance, it's different from an NOV we issued for code compliance.
No, it's not.
Now, is the city's position at 1435, every single unit in the entire park, or just the ones that are owned by? It raises an interesting issue, Your Honor, whether the possession of that personal property, on the real property, can hold up the UNO.
That is a good question. What's the city's position on that?
Well, although it's just like a regular rental. So they're renting these units. So it's like a rental. The property owner remains responsible for the park. So if there's someone who has a unit that's in violation, the property owner is still remains responsible for the park. The case was initiated in August of last year.
What is the city's position if the park owner wants to get its use and occupancy certificate to operate a mobile home park?
Mhm.
But there is one unit that I don't know, has, I'll just use the 406 Cypress example, has screws in the windows that haven't been removed. Would the city deny the entire use and occupancy permit for the owner of the park to operate as a mobile home park because there's a screw in a window in one unit that's not supposed to be there?
That's not something that's above me.
So, I mean, then let me ask the city attorney. I mean, what is the city's position on this? Are you saying that if there's one minor violation that would, and let's even say on a unit that's privately owned, would the city deny the mobile home park's use and occupancy application from being issued because of that?
I can't speak to the details about the nature of what is and what isn't a violation as far as the screw on the window or.
Well, let's assume that that's a violation.
Position would be that if there's a use and occupancy certificate required for the mobile home park as a whole, then the entire property would have to be in compliance.
And
So let me just make sure I'm clear of what the city attorney is saying, that the city would deny the mobile home park owner's application because a privately owned mobile home in that park has one minor violation.
may I?
Well, I'll come right back to you, Mr. Engel. I mean, this is a really difficult legal issue, and I want to know what the city's position is on this.
That is the city's position.
Well, we're not,
And I know that's an extreme example, but I'm using that to help me.
we're not citing individual property owners. We're citing the mobile home park, the owner.
Right, but if I understood correctly, the city's position was that everything has to be in compliance before that certificate.
Common area has.
Common area in their trailer.
Common-
Okay, that wasn't made clear.
Their
It also
trailers.
depends in each case on what the exact nature of the ownership is, because
Yeah.
if they're essentially renting space.
Okay, so the city's position is that, so in this case, if I understand correctly, there are 14 units which are enumerated and that Mr. Hicks read through that have various violations, and those 14 units and only those 14 units have to be in complete compliance in order for the park to be issued the
Correct,
use and occupancies. Okay, so
but they're owned by the park.
that's what I wasn't understanding, and that was,
That was the clarification that I was going to make. We can only cite the park for trailers that are owned by the park. And that was brought by the park's attorneys to the former city attorney, Pam Ryan.
Mhm.
And it was made clear that only the mobile homes owned by the park, and that's why the original report, which was the whole laundry list that was pages and pages, went down to just those 14 units.
But I
let me go
think
ahead.
that links up the two issues. I think the underlying issue is if it's not a common area, then we should not be denied the UNO. It can't be a violation of UNO.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
If it's not, if it's, and there's no violations on here of the common area. It's all listed addresses of the particular mobile homes. So the
But does the
UNO should
park
not be
own,
denied.
but are these under the control and ownership of the park, these 14 units?
The personal property that's on those units is controlled by the park. They are the rent-to-own situation. But they are not considered the common area of the park itself.
So it's two. The ones that are common area and owned by the park, those are the ones that have to pass the use and occupancy inspection. Everything owned by the park has to pass, everything, and the common area is owned by the park.
So the city's position, let me ask the city if its position is that if the list of alleged violations on these 14 units was cured, then the city would issue the use and occupancy license. Respondent's problem is that I think you used the term moving target. Some of these were on the original notice of violation, some were not. And whenever call for an inspection, new things are found which prevent the license from being issued because they weren't there when the original.
And,
But I'm sorry.
but again, 1435 includes everything. So when they're ready for that final inspection, when the inspector goes out, everything must be, the common area and the 14 units must be in compliance in order to pass that inspection. So it's not new violations added. Everything is still under 1435. It has to be in compliance.
So for 1435 to be complied, the common areas and these 14 units have to be in compliance.
Correct.
Okay, I understand that.
And I think we get again to the moving target of you fix these, you go back out and they go, oh, we got to do this, which was existing at the time. None of these were not pre-existing at the time of the original inspection. As long as we're saying, if we resolve all these 14 things, then we're good. And in fact, we don't even own some of the mobile homes anymore. But to continually chase it and to come here every month and say, okay, this is the new thing that we found, that's not going to work legally, and it's not going to work for your guys' time or the resources here. So we'll agree to fix everything that's here, but as long as this is the target and we know where to shoot for, and that's the end all be all for the UNO. I mean, unless there's something new, some pre-existing condition that.
No, I think it's fair that if it's a violation and it's there, that the city puts you on notice. And if something happens in the meantime, that should be, the city should expect that to be fixed. I also think it's fair that if something is there and the city doesn't call it out, that's a moving target problem. And
Right.
I think that the city needs to live and die by whatever if it's there and you miss it, then you missed it. I think that's fair as well.
Let's say one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
When a respondent is first cited, code officers go out and will cite for the violations we observe, and they're required to schedule a use and occupancy inspection. So when that inspector, the use and occupancy inspector goes out, that's when they do a thorough inspection and they'll find additional violations. So that's when they'll let them know all of this has to be complied to pass that 1430.
Okay, so let me ask you, the list that Mr. Hicks placed in the record, is that the result of that inspection?
Yes.
So that has happened.
Yes.
This is the result. Then it seems to me that if these are fixed, the use and occupancy license should be issued. That's what I'm hearing, because that inspection occurred, this was the result, that's what's left.
As long as when they do the pre-inspection,
Something new
correct.
hasn't
Something
happened.
Nothing post May 13th.
This inspection occurred on Mr. Hicks,
May 19th.
May
I
9th.
did the last one May 19th, but then I went out when I gave Adriana the list. The initial one was done under building with Peter, which was back done in August.
Yeah.
So I went back out.
But as of May, this is what's
That's
left,
correct.
as of May 19th.
And they're correct. There's things that were added to it that were on the original, but because things happen, we
Understood.
go back out. So I wanted to give them a detailed list. So I went off of Peter's list, checked his, and then each trailer, if I found anything additional, I added to it.
So the reality is, once the use and occupancy license is issued, this code case goes away.
Yes. Well, they'll have to go through the lien.
I'm assuming all of this is cured and the city issues the license.
Yeah.
There's nothing else out there for this code enforcement
That
case.
no,
Which isn't to say you might not have a new case
Correct.
next month.
Correct.
That's,
correct.
but, so does that make sense to the respondent? Because I'm inclined to enter an order that says the list that's in the file that was placed on the record, cure that by the July 29th deadline. And the city would then issue the license. And if they're not cured by July 29th, then the city wouldn't issue the license and $150 a day fines will start to run. That's kind of where my head is at the moment.
Like that order.
I think based on what I've heard, that makes sense. Well, again, assuming that something new hasn't since May 19th isn't, and I don't have a good answer for how you catalog that and how you document that.
It could be issued as an NOV that's not part of the UNO. Because this will go on forever. If we go no, then this goes on forever. Where every time you have an inspection, somebody leaves their trash can out.
No, and I kind of understand that because if something new happens the day before the license is issued,
No, that's not the case.
or if it happens the day after, then it's a new case.
Yeah, that's
But the license is issued. If it happens the day before, under this scenario, then this case keeps going on
No.
and going on and going on.
Once the park is in compliance and they complete everything, it's the owner's responsibility to do an inspection and then call in for the officer to come out. If everything is in compliance, the officer will comply the violation and that case is done. So once everything is complied, the case is closed or however it goes through lien process. Once that's complied, if we find new violations, we're gonna cite you again as a repeat. So you will be cited as a repeat. So it's your responsibility to make sure that park is maintained. That's all the city is requesting. It must be maintained at all times.
Okay, anything, I know what I'm doing here. I know I've come to a conclusion.
You got it.
Anything else from the city? Anything else from your?
Do you want us to go through this list so that you know what was done, or do you want to just call out? Because I know there was several that were sold that are not part of this. But do you want us just to go through Mr. Hicks and the title and registration, all those have been, they're all registered with the state. It's just a matter of getting the sticker. That some of that is, the state is, I don't think they go to the office anymore. So
Yeah, I don't
it's a
know.
matter of getting the stickers.
I think when all of them are complete, then you just call us and we'll come out and do the inspection.
Okay.
If you don't own the other ones, I'll know that. We'll run the tags, make sure they're not in your name, or make sure they're in the owner's name.
Okay.
All right, then here's what I'm going to do. Based on, first of all, there is proper notice. Respondent is present and represented by counsel. City has proper notice documentation in its file. I am, let's see. There it is. Yeah, this is agenda item 10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm going to find is that the violations that are cited for the 14 units, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. For the 14 units that the city read into the record, that those violations remain, and some of them may have been cured, but they need to be inspected. I'm going to allow until July 29th for the outstanding violations to be cured, the inspections to take place. But if the list that was read into the record, if those violations are complied, that complies this case, and the use and occupancy license should be issued. And if anything new comes up, then as the city indicated, that can be cited as a new case. If it's a repeat, it can be cited as a repeat. If not, I'm not ruling on whether it is or isn't a repeat, but the city can handle that as a new case. If compliance is not achieved by July 29th, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city's administrative costs of $4.25 are also awarded and payable no later than July 29th. Everybody understand?
Your Honor, I'd like to waive the administrative fee only because we have the NOV, which we have, is not consistent with
I'm going to deny that. I think the city's entitled to those administrative costs. I made a finding of violation, so that is denied. Okay. I'm afraid that was the easy one.
They're never easy.
Do we have your other case today?
No, that's August.
Oh, that's not till August? Oh, okay. I was thinking that was up today as well.
You ever resolve the Brownie Breezes issue?
There's always going to be issues. for these reasons.
I went by that the other day, I'll tell you.
No, but I did have, I think I mentioned, I'm magistrate in Clewiston, and they had a huge 2-day hearing on whether a mobile home park was a legal non-conforming use or not. And I did resolve that one, and based on that city's code and the facts in that case, I actually did find that the mobile home park was a legal non-conforming use in Clewiston. So we will see what happens with this one. And I know you were contemplating filing something in circuit court, so I don't know, but that's not on our agenda today. So we will.
I know you got people that.
We'll see you in August. Do we have additional respondents present?
One more.
Let's do that one, and then let's take take 5.
We're going to go to page 12 of the agenda, item number 37, case number 20-1325. Property address is 426 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is Anita Jerry and Saeed Mahani, Officer Ware. Now, there's also, they have another case that she has for another property. Do you want me to read that in?
Is that on the agenda today too?
Yes, sir.
Where's that one?
That's page 11, item 34, case number 20-1071, and that property address is 428 North Dixie Highway.
Yeah, let's take care of both of those while everyone's doing.
Your Honor, if I could have she just brought to my attention, there was something else on the agenda for us, and I just wanted to know with the individual owners, have they been taken off the agenda?
I don't know.
It says 701 Banyan Drive and the case number.
No, that is on the agenda. That's against the trailer owner.
That's for today?
Yes, sir, for the trailer owner.
Okay. Which one do you want to do first? 426 or 428?
It's however you would like to do it, sir.
I think 428 be easily resolved quicker in the second one. Pro chance issue.
All right, well, let's do 428 North Dixie Highway. Were you sworn in when I swore everybody? You were. I thought you guys were here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Save the best for last.
428.
I wasn't.
Pardon? You were not though, yeah. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, case number is 20-1071. Owners Anahita and Saeed Mogani. Address is 426 North Dixie Highway, Lake Worth. Property location is 428 North Dixie Highway. This was a field observation. Case was initiated on 2/28/2020. Existing violations 2-75.11 foreclosure registration. Violations complied or resolved. 23-4.10 parking prohibited, complied. 2-75.9 landscaping, complied. No courtesy notice was issued. Owner was notified via certified mail on April 26/21. Certified mail was received on April 28, and the property was posted on 4/27. The last reinspection date was on May 25th, 21. I have had contact with the owner. Photos were taken. The recommendation time for correction is 6/28/21 with a fine of $50 per day, with administration costs of $425.29 paid by 6/28/21.
So it's just the foreclosure registration that has to be done. All right, let me go ahead and hear from the respondent. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Mugani on behalf of the property owner. Your Honor, I recognize that there was a clerical error with respect to the registration of the property through the pro champs. the property registration was under the 426 North Dixie Highway property.
Okay.
428 property.
Oh.
I'm not sure if there's a way to either accept this or amend this receipt. I have it on my phone, but again, it's a clerical error with respect to the address. It was made on the 11th of May. The payment of $200 plus a 624 processing fee was made on the 11th of May, 2021.
What's city's position on that? So you registered the property, but it's under the wrong address.
You're correct.
What's 426? Is that a vacant lot as well, or is that?
It's a property, there's a building there and a tenant is occupying it.
What was the compliance deadline on the notice of violation?
For the registrations,
Yeah.
6/28/21.
I do have a copy of the receipt, Your
So
Honor.
that hasn't, no. What, when you issued the notice of violation, what was the deadline on the notice of violation in order for this not to come to a hearing?
Oh, I inherited this case.
Those past 90 days.
So 90 days from October of 20. And what date did the clerical error registration occur?
This was after a 427 hearing that was canceled. It was the 11th of May. That was what? I myself was this was brought to my attention. I know that after that hearing, I showed up and I think I had an opportunity to speak. And I went ahead and made arrangements to make this payment, but again, there was a clerical error with respect to the address.
All right, well,
both properties are owned by the same parties.
I mean, I think the best I can do, and I don't think it helps, because I could do a finding of fact, but that still is a finding of violation, which still entitles the city to its administrative costs. So I don't see a way around that. Whether I do a finding of fact or give you additional time to fix it, there's still going to be administrative costs, and that really was the only difference. So since it happened outside of the, had you done it inside of the time frame on the notice of violation, I would have found a way to comply it, but I don't think I can do that. So
can I ask if the city attorney would be inclined to waive that?
You can talk to the city about that. I'm going to, I will find, well, I do find proper notice. Based on the evidence, I find that the property complied with 2-75.9 and 23-4.10. But I don't think it matters. The violation of 2-75.11 remains. I will give you till June 28th to fix that. I do award the 425.29 administrative costs since it happened outside of the deadline in the notice. I don't. If you want to talk to the city about working something out, that you're welcome to do that, and I'll be happy to if you're able to come to terms on anything, I'll be happy to address that in terms of any kind of other order. But for today, I think that that's the appropriate resolution on that one. So let's go ahead and go to the other case.
You mentioned about fixing that, finding a fact, cure at least the issue with respect to the.
All you're doing is a clerical error. I'm giving you a month to fix that. There shouldn't be any problem.
Okay, I'm just concerned that they may have to charge the additional $200 again for registering it. I'm not sure.
Do you know, Ms. Robinson? And basically what happened, he registered it, but he put it under the wrong address. So
I'm quite sure they can transfer that payment. I'm not sure because I don't work for Pro Champs.
Right.
But if you can provide documentation that you did in fact register it under the wrong address and there was a clerical error, quite sure the city can work with you.
Fantastic. I greatly appreciate that.
Is that the only violation?
So are we doing this as a finding of fact then?
No.
Or are we going to do it a regular?
regular order.
Okay.
Or should we, that was the only violation?
The other two were
Well,
complied.
maybe can we continue the case?
And that way he wouldn't
and
have to
let-
pay-
Right.
that
and
way he wouldn't have to pay the admin fee.
$425.
I have no objection to that.
So let's do that and let's
Fantastic.
research it and see what happened,
Awesome.
and then we'll work with you.
All right, so we'll continue that case to the June agenda and you guys can work that one out and maybe it won't come back at all.
Great, thank you.
I have no problem with that at all. Okay, so let's do 426 North Dixie Highway. There's the file for 428.
Case number 20-1325, owners Anita and Saeed Moldani. Address is 426 North Dixie Highway. Property location is 426 North Dixie Highway. This was a field observation. The case was initiated on 2/28/20. Existing violations, 14-23, business conduct and violation, 14-32, business license, 14-35, use and on-street certification. Violations complied or resolved, 12-18, areas free of garbage and trash, 2-75, 6.2, general requirements, 23.221, building permits, which has been resolved, 23.4-10, parking service materials, which has been resolved, 23.4-10, parking spaces required, resolved, 23.4-10, parking prohibited, complied, 23.6-1, minimum landscape requirements, complied. Courtesy notice was issued on 6/11/20. The property found in non-compliance on 8/16/20. Owner was notified via certified mail on 4/26/21. Certified mail was received on 4/28/21. The last reinspection was on 5/25/21. I have had contact with the owner. Photos were taken. The recommendation time is 7/27/21 with a fine of $100 per day with administration costs of $425.29, all due on 7/27/21.
So the only violations that remain are 12 or
No,
1423, 1432, and 1435.
yes.
Okay, let's come back to respondent. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I guess let's tackle them one by one. With respect to my understanding is that the owner has gone ahead and is this one with respect? Okay, so 14-23. My understanding is that there's no longer any seating area that has been on the property. The owner has advised the tenant. The tenant has a takeout service, a restaurant service, and they have since removed all that area seating from the location.
Okay. When did that happen?
Your Honor, if I may, Morgani's sworn in as well. I could have him testify.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead and state your name and address, sir, and then you can.
Syed Morgani,
Yes, sir.
9220 Cove Point Circle,
Thank you.
Boynton Beach, Florida. And yes, I'll let this swear. I was told by the occupants and by the tenants that it was done by, last week or a week before or something. And I did keep eye on them, and we don't, as I said, there is no place for anyone to come anymore because it's blocked. So therefore, no one can come in or use, do all those things. There's only strictly takeouts.
Okay, so there's no seating, there's no dining on premises at this
No,
point?
sir.
All right.
And I was assured by the tenants, and I keep an eye on it myself. There's no tables or or the seats.
Okay, so the city will have to come and inspect that and put their eyes on it to verify that, but it sounds like you've, from your testimony, that's been resolved.
You guys more than welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Next one. With respect to the business tax receipt, again, same issue. My understanding is that Mr. Morgani would probably have better
Which would,
Sure.
with respect to the business tax receipts. The tenants were required to fill out. My understanding is what, what is the licensing as well as the taxation. Taxation, all this, he's gonna take care of it, or we took care of them already. That's my tenants, assure me for that.
When you say they've taken care of it, what does that mean?
By that, I mean, he has a takeoff licenses and also, the proper taxing and paying, I was told that he took care of them. He already did, by him. So I'm not aware of the, what can I do on my end in order to get, be assured on them.
Does the city have any information on the status of any use and occupancy application or the business license?
Yes, sir. Krista Simmons, code support manager. There is, the only thing he's lacking is the 1435, the inspection. It does look like the others have been paid in active food takeout, no seating, retail stock, or the licenses that his tenant, Mercadito. Okay, sorry.
Close enough.
And then let me check his actual license. So it looks like they've already gone ahead and paid for everything that they just need there. And he has his, the owner has their rental license as well. It just looks like they only have the 2 inspections due now.
So it's in
Unless there's something
process.
else that he
Yes.
needed for the BTR.
In their BTR, it states no seating, as in no tables and chairs. On May 7th, those tables was removed. On May 25th, those tables was brought back. That's why that violation is still standing. If you want to see the pictures, they're already predated. You can actually see them, because I took them myself on May 25th of inside the business.
If I may ask you, when was the last time you were at the property?
This morning I wasn't, I was there this morning.
And did you see any seating in the area?
I didn't see anything, but I'm going to be assured that is nothing. I'm going to throw it away. I'm breaking myself in order not to put it back again, I was there this morning watering those lawn that I did it.
And I appreciate that. I mean, either way, the city is going to have to inspect it and put their eyes on it and make sure before the violation
That's
is cleared.
citizen, within his rights, yeah.
But
I'm going to make sure that that is not there, that I keep telling, I told him and I did it and all on my part, but I'm going to make sure that it's not there anymore.
okay. I mean, it sounds like it's in process. July 27th is the recommended compliance deadline. I have no problem giving you until July 27th. Sounds like it shouldn't even take that long if the applications are in and the fees have been paid and it's just inspections that are outstanding. So I would encourage you to get those done as soon as possible. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I think that resolves the remaining violations, Your Honor. I just want to make sure my notes reflect that. I understand it was 1423, 1432, and 1435 were the.
Right.
Yeah, so that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, then anything else from the city? All right, then in this case, I do find proper notice. Again, the respondent is present and represented. City has proper notice documentation in its file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find that the property has complied with all the violations as cited, except for city code sections 1423, 1432, and 1435, which remain outstanding. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow the respondent until July 27th of 2021 to cure those violations. After that, though, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city's administrative costs of $425.25 are awarded and payable no later than July 27th. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
And in the event that there will there be another hearing on a month from now?
There shouldn't, not, this case is finished. The other case, we continued it, but if you guys are able to work it out, then hopefully even that won't need to be back on an agenda.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Did you want to take a break? I know she wanted to wait and hear one case that.
Yeah,
Them, or you want to take a break and.
We need to take
a break.
Let's take, what time is it? It's 11:55. Let's try and just a short one. Let's try and be back around as close to noon as we can, but let's go ahead and go off the record.
Okay,
We're back on the record.
yes, sir.
All right, it's 12:01. Back on the record. I think we've concluded all the matters with respondents who came to the hearing, so let's proceed.
Okay, we're going to go to page 6 of the agenda, item number 19, case number 20-2742, property at 701 Banyan Drive. Property owner is Alfonso Gomez. Officer Hicks.
Good afternoon, Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. Property location 701 Banyan Drive, situated on site address 3400 Boutwell Road, found to be in violation of City Ordinance 12-17 to remove all garbage cans from view. Section 12-18, remove all trash and debris from property. Section 2-75.6.2, remove all dirt and mildew from trailer and shutters and repaint. Remove all dirt and mildew from walkways and patios. Replace all missing handrails from steps. Those violations have complied. Section 2-75.6.6, remove all boards and metal from windows. Sections 23.4-4, remove all unpermitted fencing from property. 23.6-1, replace all areas without ground cover. Section 15-39, current registration needs to be attached to trailer. That has complied. Section 23.4-10, parking is prohibited on lawns and landscaped areas. Sections 23.5-1G, to remove all string and lights from property. That violation has complied. Issued a courtesy notice for violation on 12/1 of 2020. Re-inspected the property on 1/1 of 2021. I'm sorry, 1/2 of 2021. Issued formal notice of violation hearing by certified mail on 2/7 of 2021. Certified mail was received on 2/20 of 2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/22/2021 and 5/26 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of all the violations are attached to the file. I did have personal contact with the property owner yesterday. City recommendation time is July 29th of 2021 or $100 per day. Plus administrative cost of $425.29 also to be paid by July 29th, 2021.
All right. So the outstanding city code sections are 23.4-10, 23.4-4, 23.6-1, and 2-75.6.6.
And 12-17.
Which one did I miss? 12-17?
Yes.
12-17?
Yes, and 1539 is complied. Yes, that's it.
Okay. The others are complied.
Yes, sir.
All right. We don't have a respondent present. We have the mobile home park manager present. Were you going to speak on this?
Yeah.
What is this? Let me just ask the city, do you have any objection to her?
Well, witnesses and respondents can speak. I mean, she's a witness, right? You're speaking as a witness.
Yes.
She can't make any decision,
Right.
but be an agent.
Okay. Go ahead and- For the record, go ahead and put your name and address on the record again, and then you can.
Okay, I'm Adriana Acosta. I'm the property manager of Palm Beach Mobile Home Community.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I visited the property to inspect it on the 26th, I believe it was on the 26th. And yesterday I was there.
Okay.
And he has cleared most of the violations. He is wanting to remove 50% of what he has on the ground, which is some pavers and some rocks that he added throughout the entire lot. So he will be doing that. He just wanted some time and he will add grass. And then parking, I wanted to ask a question about the parking because he put in the rock so that he could park on the rock and not on the grass. But I see that there's some off-street parking that is mentioned as well. I don't know how to really address that. We do have a security on site that will tow cars if they're on the street. It's an automatic tow. I could just let him know that not to park on the road. However, they do have a blocked roadway due to the construction on 7th. I don't know if that's something that can be taken into consideration. Also, the layer that he added, what he did to the front of his home was there is a driveway, all right, that was in bad condition, cracking, I guess. And he took it upon himself to add a thin layer of concrete over it without a permit. Then he painted over it to make it look as though they're large pavers, which they are not. It's just an illusion, right? He just did it for aesthetic purposes. But it's a very thin layer that he added to the asphalt. I don't know if there's any way that that could be pardoned, or if he still needs to have.
He wasn't cited for that.
He was not cited for that at all? Oh, okay, I thought that that was part of it. So what is he still not in compliance with? Just the 50% ground cover? He removed the fence.
Portions of it. There's still poles and there's another section. We spent 45 minutes out there yesterday.
Okay.
Explaining he couldn't walk around. He has a broken leg.
Okay.
So we walked around. The entire property's either got gravel rock or landscape pavers around the entire property. We explained to him that 50% of the property needs to be planted with living ground cover. He was totally knew that. He's fine with that. So he's going to remove probably 90% of the rock and all of the pavers and plant grass.
Okay. And then leave a portion of the gravel to.
He's going to leave a portion of the gravel to park, and he has his driveway to park.
All right, and that'll put him in compliance with the off-street parking and the landscape regulations.
Yes.
And then there's some remaining fence material to be removed.
Correct.
What was the fire safety requirement?
He had one awning that was still down.
Awning.
He said he was going to lift up. So he's almost there.
Okay. And then storage and accumulation was,
Storage and accumulation was the brick pavers that he actually installed on the ground. He had them scattered all over the property.
oh, so he just needs to.
He took them and he put them on the ground and made a patio now.
Okay,
So that's what he has to pull up now.
okay. All right, so,
We're all on the same page.
all right. Anything else from the city? Okay, I do find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. I find the property remains in violation of city code sections 12-17, 2-75.6.6, 23.6-1, 23.4-4, and 23.4.10, but has complied with the other violations that were listed in the notice. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until July 25th of 2021 for the property to be brought into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City's awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than July 25th.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 3 of the agenda. Item number 8, case number 20-389. Property address is 1823 Second Avenue North. Property owner is Composite Systems, Inc., Officer Hicks.
Bobby Hicks with the city of Lake Forest Beach. This property found to be in the violation of code sections 14-35. There's actually two businesses located on this one site address. The UNO failed on the properties. Composite Systems, Inc. failed repair fascia around building and paint, rotten wood over front door, trim grass and landscaping, no outdoor storage allowed, cars, boats, etc. Handrails missing on stairs, screen fence, secure fuel storage containers. DLI Incorporated failed their inspection for violations, repair fascia around building and paint, rotten wood over front door, trim grass and landscaping, no outdoor storage allowed of cars, boats, etc. Handrails on stairs were removed, screen fence, secure fuel storage containers, and repair the marked driveway. Issued formal violation by certified mail on 2/16 of 2021. Came back unclaimed. I posted a property in 1900 Second Avenue North on 4/19/2021. It was re-inspected on 3/22 of 2021 and 5/26 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the property. I did have personal contact with the property owners. Recommendation time to come in compliance is June 28th of 2021, or $100 day fine, plus administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 29th, 2021.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the file. I have listened to the testimony. I find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation to allow until June 28th, 2021 for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day. Administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, payable no later than June 28th.
Okay, item number 9, case number 20-643 is complied. We're going to go to page 4, item number 11, case number 20-2195. Property address is 1329 South N Street. Property owner is Frank A. Dandria, Officer Hicks.
Property location 1329 South N Street. Found property to be in violation of city code sections 19-11, blocking all fencing with public way. Sections 23.2-21, apply, obtain, finalize, and close out permits for wooden privacy fence and paver driveway and walkway. To achieve compliance, permits must be obtained, applied for, obtained, finalized, and closed. Sections 2-75.6.2, place house numbers on structure. That violation was complied. Courtesy note was given on 9/18 of 2020, re-inspected on 10/19 of 2020, and found to be in non-compliance. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/17 of 2021. Certified mail was received on 3/1 of 2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/23 of 2021 and 5/26 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the violations and added to the file. I did have personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time is June 28th of 2021, or $100 day fine, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th, 2021.
What's the obstructing the public way? I'm looking at the pictures.
He's got a fence.
I see the
You see the
fence.
utility pole?
Yes.
He's blocking off the city.
Oh, he's blocking your
Right away.
easement. Gotcha. Okay.
Permits have been applied for, but they haven't been approved.
Okay. All right, I have reviewed the file, find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. City had certified mail delivered. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property has complied with 2-75.6.2, but remains in violation of the other code sections cited in the notice. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th for the outstanding violations to be complied. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City's awarded administrative costs of $425.29, payable no later than June 28th.
Next is item 12, case number 20-2329, property address of 1419 Crest Drive. Property owner is Ignacio Torres, Castro, and William T. Gonzalez, Officer Hicks.
Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. Property address 1419 Hillcrest Drive, found to be in violation of city code sections 23.2-21. Apply for, obtain, and finalize and close out permits for the new metal fencing. Permit is in plan review. Section 2-75.6.6 to remove all metal and wood from windows. That violation complied. Section 23.4-10, parking is prohibited on lawns and landscape areas in all zone districts. That violation is complied. Issued courtesy notice on 10/7 of 2020. Violation was re-inspected on 11/10 of 2020 and found to be in non-compliance. Issued certified mail of the violation and hearing on 2/17 of 2021. Certified mail was received on 2/20 of 21. Property was re-inspected on 3/23 of 2021 and 5/26 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the violations and added to the file. I did have personal contact with the property owners. City's recommendation time is June 28th of 2021, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the file. The city has proper notice with the delivered certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 23.2-21, but has complied with the other code sections that were cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow till June 28th for the outstanding violation to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day, will be assessed until compliance is achieved and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, payable no later than June 28th.
Item 13, case 20-2380 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Now we're going to go to page 5 of the agenda. Item 15, case number 20-2594 has complied. Item number 16, case number 20-2610, property address of 523 South J Street. Property owner is Juan A. and Patricia K. Amato. Officer Hicks.
Property location 523 South J Street, found to be in violation of City Code Section 2-75.6.6. Open up all storm shutters on windows. Section 2-75.9, cut and trim all overgrown landscaping. Section 12-17, remove all garbage cans from view. That violation has complied. 15-39, inoperable vehicle has complied. 2-75.6.2, remove all damaged and rusted decorative metal fencing in front yard. That violation has complied. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/9/2021. Certified mail has not come back. Posted a property in 1900 Second Avenue North on 4/19/2021. Property was re-inspected on 2/26/2021 and 5/26/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken to show all the violations. I did have contact by email with the property owner. Recommendation time is June 28th/2021, $400 day fine, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th/2021.
All right, I have reviewed the file. Listened to the testimony. Respondent is not present, but with the posting and the certified mail, city has proper notice with the posting and the certified mail. Based on the evidence, I will find property complied with City Code Section 1217, 1539, and 2-75.6.2, but remains in violation of 2-75.6.6 and 2-75.9. Accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than June 28th.
Item 18, case number 20-2691 is complied. That was on page 6. So now we're going to go over to page 34, item number 90, case number 20-149 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Page 35, case number 20-233, property address of 1303 South M Street. Property owner is Lavera LLC. Officer Hicks.
Property location 1303 South M Street, found to be in violation of City Code Sections 14-35 to obtain the City of Lakeport Beach business license for Lavera LLC. UNO inspection failed on 5/17/2021. Section 1217, remove garbage cans from public view. That complied. Section 2-75.6.2, pressure wash, repaint, discolored area on right side of home, repair cracks in driveway. Complied. Sections 23.4-4G, all fencing on the property shall be symmetrical in appearance. That violation has complied. Issued courtesy notice on 8/17/2020. Property was re-inspected on 1/19/2021. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/17/2021. Certified mail was received on 2/22/2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/23/2021, 5/26/2021, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs were taken of all the violations and added to the file for review. I did have personal contact by phone with the property owner. City's recommendation time is June 28th/2021, or pay fines of $150 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th/2021.
All right, I've reviewed the file, listened to the testimony. The city has proper notice with certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation of City Code Section 14-35, but has complied with other cited code sections. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th of 2021 to cure the outstanding violation. Thereafter, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city's awarded administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th.
Item 92, case number 20-2643 has been rescheduled to the June 24th hearing. Item 93, case number 20-2725, property address of 1029 South K Street. Property owner is LW1 Realty LLC, Officer Hicks.
Property location 1029 South K Street, found property to be in violation of city code sections 14-35 to pass a use and occupancy inspection. Use and occupancy inspection failed on 5/4/2021. Section 2-75.6.2, paint all fascia boards, not complied. Pressure wash, repair and replace fence, complied. 12-18, remove all trash and debris from property. That violation has complied. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/10/2021. The certified mail is still in transit. Posted to property in 1900 Second Avenue North on 5/12/2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/15/2021 and 5/26/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken to show the violation are added to the file for review. Personal contact has been made with the property owner. City's recommendation time is June 28th/2021, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28th/2021.
All right, thank you. I've reviewed the file, listened to the testimony with the posting and the in-transit certified mail. City has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. I find property has complied with City Code Section 12-18, but remains in violation of the other cited code sections. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th, 2021 for the outstanding violations to be cured. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29, also payable by June 28th.
Next is item 94, case number 20-2764. Property address is 932 South J Street. Property owner is Lori Brown, Officer Hicks.
Location 932 South J, found to be in violation of City Code Section 12-17. Remove all garbage cans and recycle containers for public view. Section 12-18, remove all trash and debris from property. Section 2-75.6.2 to remove all mildew and dirt from driveway. Section 2-75.6.6, remove all metal storm shutters and awnings from windows. Section 23.2-21, apply for, finalize and close out all permits for new wooden privacy fence. Fence was approved but not inspected or the permit closed out. Unpermitted shed needs to be removed. To achieve compliance, permits must be obtained, finalized, and closed. Sections 23.6-1, living ground cover needs to be placed in rear yard. Issue the formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/11/2021. Certified mail was received on 2/19/2021. Property was re-inspected on 2/18/2021 and 5/7/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the violations and are attached to the file. No personal contact has been made with the property owner. City's recommendation time to come into compliance is June 28th/2021. Fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 by June 28th/2021.
All right, I've reviewed the file. I find the city has proper notice with the delivered certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation, allow until June 28th, 2021 to bring the violations into compliance. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City is awarded administrative costs of $425.29, payable no later than June 28th.
Okay, page 36, item number 95, case number 20-2767, property address of 1224 South L Street. Property owner is Craig Stephen Frost, Officer Hicks.
Property location 1224 South L Street, found property to be in violation of city code sections 2-75.6.2. House numbers must be attached to the front of the structure. That violation complied.
We're not moving around enough, I guess.
Driveway is cracked and unsafe, needs to be repaired or replaced. Sections 2-75.9, remove stump and front yard. Sections 23.2-21. Please apply for, obtain, finalize, and close out permits for roof, new wooden privacy fence, front door, driveway, and remove unpermitted shed. To achieve compliance, permits must be applied for, obtained, finalized, and closed. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/11 of 2021. Certified mail was received on 2/16 of 2021. Property was re-inspected on 4/30 of 2021 and 5/7 of 2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the violations and have been attached to the file. I have not had any personal contact with the property owner. City's recommended time is July 27th of 2021, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by July 27th of 2021.
So they complied with one of the violations under 275.6.2, but the other one is still outstanding.
Yes.
So the code section is still in violation.
Correct.
All right, I do find proper notice with the delivered certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation of all the cited code sections, although the house number portion of 2-75.6.2 was complied, but the driveway portion was not. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until July 27th for the outstanding violations to be complied. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than July 27th.
Next is item 96, case number 20-28. Property address is 1130 South End Street. Property owner is Christopher Reisinger, Officer Hicks.
Property location 1130 South End Street, found property to be in violation of city code sections 2-75.6.6 to remove all storm shutters or coverings from windows. Sections 2-75.9, cut and trim all overgrown grass, weeds, hedges, etc. Sections 23.2-21, is applied for, obtain, finalize, and close permits for mini split air conditioning unit and fence around structure. To achieve compliance, permit must be applied for, or obtained, finalized, and closed. Sections 23.4-11, all recreational vehicles must be located behind the front building line and effectively screened from abutting properties. Sections 23.6-1, living ground cover needs to be planted in all dirt areas. 23.4-19, remove all outdoor storage from front yard. Sections 14-32, apply for a City of Lake Worth Beach business license. Sections 14-45, owner must pass a use and occupancy inspection. Issued a formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/22 of 2021. Certified mail was received on 2/25 of 2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/31 of 2021, 5/7 of 2021, found to be in non-compliance. Photographs have been taken to show the violations. I have not had any personal contact with the property owner. City's time is July 27th of 2021, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by July 27th of 2021.
All right, with the delivered certified mail, I find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until July 27th, 2021 for the violations to be cured. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than July 27th.
Next is item number 97, case number 20-2871. Property address is 1629 South Lakeside Drive. Property owner is Shauna M. Coolican, Officer Hicks.
Property location 1629 South Lakeside Drive, found to be in violation of city code sections 12-17 to remove all garbage cans from public view. That violation complied. Section 2-75.9, cut and trim all overgrown landscaping. Sections 2-75.6.2, pressure wash driveways. pressure wash all walkways, pressure wash structure. House numbers need to be visible from the street. House numbers complied on that violation. Issued formal notice of violation and hearing by certified mail on 2/18/2021. Certified mail was received on 2/25/2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/8/2021 and 5/7/2021. Photographs have been taken to show the violations and are attached to the file. Personal contact has not been made with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is June 28/21, or fines of $100 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28/2021.
All right, I do find proper notice with the delivered certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find property has complied with 12-17 of the city code and has complied with the house number portion of 2-75.6.2, but there are pressure washing violations under that code section that remain in violation. And the overgrown landscaping at 2-75.9 remains in violation. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow compliance no later than June 28th. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and payable no later than June 28th.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 1 of the agenda, item number 1, case number 19-3685. It's a request for a lien reduction. Property address is 2211 2nd Avenue North, Unit A106. Property owner is 2nd Avenue, Lake Worth Space LLC. And I believe Officer Hicks, and I believe they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Persons that executing a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter to the agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms herein. Location is 2211 2nd Avenue North, A106, Lake Worth Beach, Florida 33461. The lien existing on the property totals $18,750, and the owner agrees to pay $1,875 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend the special magistrate that the order entered reducing the lien to $1,875, and the owner agrees to make payment by June 1st of 2021. If the city does not receive payment as set forth in the stipulated agreement, shall then be null and void, and no further action be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $18,750 shall be reinstated.
All right, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement. It appears to be in proper form and it is ratified and accepted.
Next is item number 2, case number 19-3687. This is a public request for a lien reduction. The property address is 2223 2nd Avenue North, Unit B113. Property owner is 2nd Avenue, Lake Worth Workspace LLC. Officer Hicks, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
The persons executing a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement and bind all respective parties to the terms contained herein. Address 2223 2nd Avenue North, Unit B113, Lake Worth Beach, Florida 33461. The lien existing on the property totals $18,750, and the owner agrees to pay $1,875 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend the special magistrate that the order being entered reducing the lien to $1,875, and the owner agrees to make payment by June 1st of 2021. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void, with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien of $18,750 shall be reinstated.
Okay, I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It appears to be in proper form and it is approved.
Jumping ahead of you there. Item number 3, case number 19-3688. This is a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 2223 2nd Avenue North, Unit B117. Property owner is 2nd Avenue Workspace LLC. Officer Hicks, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. Address at 2223 2nd Avenue North, B117, Lake Worth Beach, Florida 33461. The lien existing on the property totals $18,750, and the owner agrees to pay $1,875 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that the order He entered reducing the lien to $1,875, and the owner agrees to make payment by June 1st of 2021. If the city does not receive payment set forth by the stipulated agreement, shall be null and void with no further action taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $18,750 shall be reinstated.
I have reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It appears to be in proper form and it is approved.
And that concludes Officer Hicks.
Next time.
Okay, we're going to stay on page 1, item number 4. Case number 19-2353. It's a public request for a lien reduction. The property address is 525 Wright Drive.
And I have to be sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your stack of files is way smaller than Bobby's.
The case name on this is Melvin Crispell Jr. Estate. The new owner is Bank of New York Mellon Trust. Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Yeah, got it.
Officer Thomas, City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 525 Wright Drive, Lake Worth Beach, Florida 33461. The lien existing on the property totals $19,200, and owner agrees to pay $0 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $0. We did receive receipts and invoices that were submitted and accepted to reduce the amount to $0.
I did review the stipulated agreement. It's in proper form. I don't think anyone's getting a better deal than that today.
Okay, next we're going to go to page 7. Item 20, case number 19-3404 has been rescheduled till July 29th. Item number 21, case number 20-327, property address of 1714 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is Mary Jean LLC, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement. Great.
Officer Thomas, City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance. The violations exist at the owner's property located at 1714 North Dixie Highway, Lake Worth Beach. The owner is granted until June 28th, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that they will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violation and agrees that they will not request the same. If the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3 above, a fine of $75 per day will be assessed beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above. The fine to be imposed will become a lien on the property where the violations exist and upon any other real or personal property of the violator owner.
I have reviewed the stipulated agreement. It appears to be in proper form. I note the respondent initialed at each page. It is reviewed and approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item 22, case number 20-459. Property address is 2116 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is Edward T. Wright, Officer Thomas.
Property, Officer Thomas, City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance, property location is 2116 North Dixie Highway. Was based on a complaint. The description of the violations are as follows: LWCO 12-18, garbage, trash, and debris, that has complied. LWCO 14-35, use and occupancy inspection is active, still in violation. LWCO 23.1-6, landscaping is active and still in violation. LWCO 1432, business tax receipt needed, is active and still in violation. LWCO 2-75.11, vacant property registration, is active and still in violation. LWCO 2-75.6.2, general requirements, has complied. LWCO 23.4-4, C and D, has complied. Property was originally inspected on 11/13/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Issued formal notice of violation hearing on 4/26/2021 by certified mail. Certified mail was not received, so the property was posted on 5/4/2021. Property was re-inspected on 2/3/2021 for NOV inspection and 5/26/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. I have had personal contact with the owner via several emails and phone conversations. Recommendation time is July 12th, 2021, or a fine of $75 per day with administrative costs of $425.29 to also be paid by July 12th, 2021.
Get certified mail on this,
It was mailed out, but I don't know if they had received it.
posted.
So I posted the property on 5/4/2021.
Okay, we have proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find that the property remains in violation as cited, except for city code sections 1218, 2-75.6.2 and 23.4-4, parens C and D, which have complied. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow the until July 12th for the outstanding violations to be complied. Thereafter, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. And the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and payable no later than July 12th.
Next is page item 23, case number 698. Property address is 1721 North J Street. Property owner is Tito and Doris Rubiano, Officer Thomas, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code compliance. The violations exist at the owner's property located at 1721 North J Street, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460. The owner is granted until June 28th, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that they will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violations and agrees that they will not request same. If the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A by the date set forth in Section 3 above, a fine of $75 per day will be assessed, beginning on the date set forth in Section 3 above. The fine to be imposed will become a lien on the property where the violations exist and upon any other real or personal property of the violator owner. The following additional conditions and/or exceptions shall apply to this stipulated agreement. They must call 561-586-1782 to schedule the use and occupancy inspection, and this must be done before 6/28/21. All building permits must pass a final inspection and be closed in order to achieve compliance, and to call 561-586-1691 for a final inspection.
I don't mean to be smiling. I noticed that he totally threw his wife under the bus. I forgot to turn in the necessary paperwork to him.
Yeah.
And you put it on record.
You know what?
He was honest. I mean,
Well, she initialed it too. It is, the stipulated agreement is reviewed and approved. I just, that made me, my wife would find me and drill me into the ground.
Next is item 24, case number 20-2174, and that's complied. Item 25, case number 20-2534 is complied. Item 26, case number 20-2661 is complied. We're going to go to page 9. Item number 27, case number 20-2875, property address of 1411 North M Street. Property owner is Robin L. O'Day, Officer Thomas.
Got it.
Officer Thomas, City of Lake Worth Beach Code compliance. The property location is 1411 North M Street. This was based on a complaint. LWCO 12-17, garbage cans, recycle bins, and public view is active and still in violation. LWCO 2-75 6.2, general house requirements is active and still in violation. LWCO 2-75.9, landscaping for cut, mow, and trim is still in violation. LWCO 23.6-1, landscaping ground cover is still in violation. And LWCO 23.2-21, building permit needed for an in-ground pool. Property was initially inspected on 1/5/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Issued formal notice of violation hearing on 4/16/2021. by regular and certified mail. The certified mail had not been received. Property was posted on 5/4/2021. Property was re-inspected on 3/15/2021 for an NOV inspection and 5/26/21 and still found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner. I have had several phone calls in March and April. Recommendation time, July 12th, 2021, and a fine of $75 per day with administrative costs of $425.29 to be also paid by July 12th, 2021.
Tell me a little bit about the pool. I see it when you started the case, it looks like it was full of green water.
Yes.
And now it's
It looks like she had drained some of it out, but
some of,
it
yeah.
still is green.
Is the pool got the proper barrier?
Yes, there is a fence.
Okay. Okay. Sure about that.
Oh, yes.
And then in this case, let's see, we have certified mail was sent but not received, and then the property was posted. So you have proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation as cited. I will accept the recommendation to allow until July 12th for the outstanding violations to be cured. After that, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded an administrative cost of $425.29, payable no later than July 12th.
Thank you.
Item 28, case number 21-50 is rescheduled until July 29th. Item 29, case number 21-54 is rescheduled to July 29th. Page 10, item number 30, case number 21-169. Property address is 167 Bryn Mawr Drive. Property owner is Ruger DeGwert, Officer Thomas.
Got it.
Officer Thomas, City of Lakewood Beach Code compliance. This was based on a complaint. The following violations are as follows. LWCO 12-17, garbage cans, recycle bins in public view, still active and still in violation. LWCO 1432, business license, active and still in violation. LWCO 14-35, use and occupancy inspection is still active and in violation. LWCO 2-75.6.2, general house requirements has complied. LWCO 2-75.9 for landscaping is active and in non-compliance. LWCO 23.2-21 for building permits, that was resolved as no permit was needed for patching of the driveway. LWCO 23.4-11 for RV utility trailer parking, that has been complied. LWCO 23.6-1 landscaping ground cover is active and not in compliance. LWCZ 23.4.10 prohibited parking on lawns has complied. Property was initially inspected on 2/11/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Issued formal notice of violation hearing on 4/16/2021 via regular and certified mail. Certified mail was not received. Property was posted on 5/4/2021. Property was re-inspected on 4/16/2021 for NOV inspection and 5/26/2021 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. I have not had personal contact with the owner. Recommendation time is July 12th, 2021, or a fine of $75 per day with administrative costs of $425.29 to also be paid by July 12th, 2021.
All right, thank you. With the posting and the certified mail that was sent but not received, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. I will find that the property, let's see, what's the easiest way to say this, remains in violation as cited, except 23.2-21 was resolved and was not appropriately cited in the first, so that's removed. And the property has complied with 2-75.6.2, 23.4-11, and 23.4-10. In terms of the outstanding violations, I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow until July 12th for those to be complied. After that, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, payable no later than July 12th.
And that
Thank you.
concludes Officer Thomas.
See you next time.
Okay.
Okay, next, we're going to go to page 2 of the agenda. Item number 6. 4309, it's a request for lien reduction, and the property address is 1318 South J Street. The property owner is Geneva Bays 4 LLC, Officer Turek, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Oh, you need to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, first one here, the stipulated agreement. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the agreement and bind the respective parties to terms herein. The property location is 1318 South J Street, Lake Worth Beach, Florida. They have met all the requirements of section 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1. The lien existing on the property totals $17,700. And they have turned in receipts and invoices that were accepted to reduce the lien amount to $195.50. The owner agrees to have this paid by June 11th, 2021. If anything happens between now and then, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void. The amount would go back to the $17,700 if they don't pay it.
And you have the original?
I do, I believe I do.
Okay, that is the proper form. It's reviewed and approved.
And now we're going to go to page 30 of the agenda. Item 78, case number 20-2183 is complied. Page 31, item number 79, case number 20-2486. Property address is 723 Truman Avenue. Property owner is Unadel Bush, Officer Turek.
Got it.
Yes. Okay, 723 Truman Avenue. Property, that's the property location. The violations are 12-17, store trash cans out of public view, and 2-75.9, landscaping to add sod to the east side of the driveway. Courtesy notice was issued 10/28/20. I did the formal notice on 12/7/20, certified mail received on February 16th, 2021, and re-inspected 5/25/21. I have had contact with the owner, and the recommendation of time would be June 28th, 2021, to have those items complied or pay a fine of $50 per day within the time frame of June 28th, 2021.
All right, and the other violations that were cited are all complied?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have certified mail that was delivered, so you have proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property has complied with all of the code sections cited except, no, I did that backwards. No, that's right. They're in compliance with everything except 12-17 and 2-75.9. Regarding landscaping and storage and accumulation. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th to bring the outstanding violations into compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than June 28th.
Thank you.
Next is item 80, case number 20-2615. Property address is 802 South A Street. Property owner is Adams Alex and Merlin Barthélemy, Officer Turek.
Got it. Okay. Go to South 8th Street. Violations. Do you have the, I'm sorry, do you have that? That,
This?
yeah, I don't have mine. Can I look at that real quick? I apologize for the one wrong.
Yeah.
Violations are 2-75.6.2. There was quite a few items there. Pressure clean driveway has been done. Clean soffit and fascia and paint where needed has not been done. And they are in the process of repairing the roof right now with the permit that you see there on your paperwork. It just has not passed its final. So repair roof under 27562, repair roof and paint soffit and fascia where needed. 2-75.9 and add landscaping where there is bare dirt, specifically by the north gate. 23.2-21 is to close the approved roof permit 21-778. The certified mail was received on February 20th. Property was re-inspected 5/25. I have had contact with the owner, and I am giving her 30 days till June 28th, 2021 to close her permit and finish the landscaping and paint the soffit fascia, or a fine of $100 per day, and the $425.29 to be paid at the same timeframe, June 28th, 2021.
All right, the city has proper notice with certified mail that was delivered. Based on the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation of city code sections 2-75.6.2 and 2-75.9 and 23.2-21, but has complied with all other code sections that were cited. I will accept the city's recommendation, allow until June 28th for the outstanding violations to be cured. After that, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, payable no later than June 28th.
Okay.
Item 81, case number 20-2677 has been rescheduled to June 24th. We go to page 32, item 82, case number 20-2733. Property address is 1117 South B Street. Property owner is Roxana Elizabeth Barrera, Officer Turek.
Relocation 1117 South B Street. The violations I've attached for you, quite lengthy, so I put them like that for you, is 12-17, storage and accumulation of the garbage cans to be kept out of public view. 12-18, to remove all trash, junk, and debris throughout the front yard. 15-39, to remove all inoperable vehicles that do not have current registration. 2-75.6.2, clean up the front yard and remove all of the outdoor storage from the porch, yard, and all junk in front of garage. Remove all tools, toolboxes, etc. Please clean and paint wall in front. That was complied 5/12/21. And they need to pressure clean the driveway and front porch. Landscaping 2-75.9, add approved ground cover to entire front yard where it is bare dirt from parking on it. Cut back weeds and hedges. 23.4-10, no parking on the lawn. 23.4-19 is to remove all of the outdoor storage in front yard to include lawnmowers, toolboxes, trash, debris, buckets, awnings, etc. Time and fine on this. This was certified mail received February 20th, last re-inspected on 5/25. I've had contact with the owner, and I want to recommend June 28th, 2021, or a fine of $100 per day. The $425.29 to also be paid by June 28th, 21.
And with the certified mail that was delivered, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence in reviewing the file, I find the property remains in violation As cited, I will accept the city's recommendation to require compliance no later than June 28th of 2021. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and payable no later than June 28th.
Next is item 83, case number 20-2765. Property address is 1129 South B Street. Property owner Sandra Koch Estate, Officer Turek.
Okay, 1129 South B Street. I have cited them for 12-17 garbage cans in public view, which they complied. The active violations are 2-75.9. The property is overgrown and needs cut. All the on the entire property, all the trees, vegetation, all vegetation needs to be trimmed. 2-75.6.2. There are crawl spaces in the front of the property. There's probably could be more around back. So if there's any in the back, I want them sealed up too, but there are crawl spaces in the front that animals are, there's cats and raccoons living under the house. So I would like them to seal those little crawl spaces with the netting that needs to be there. The property certified mail was returned. I posted the property on 4/20/21. Re-inspected the property on 5/26/21. And I have recommended 5 days, June 1st, 2021, for them to cut the property and close up those crawl spaces, or a fine of $100 per day at a cost of $425.29 for admin, to also be paid by 6/1/21.
I like the February 8th picture. You actually got the cat.
And there's a raccoon picture too. I might have printed the most raccoons and not giving you the raccoon. I should have made sure I got the raccoon, but there is a raccoon picture.
So is 1217 the only one that complied?
Yes,
Okay.
someone moved the garbage cans.
All right. You did have proper notice with the posting and the return of certified mail. Even though the respondent is not present, based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, except for City Code Section 12-17, which complied. I will accept the recommendation to require compliance in 5 days. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day, and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are also awarded and payable by June 1st.
Thank you.
I just want to be clear because I'm not, 1432 and 2-7511, those are still active.
I'm sorry, repeat.
1432.
And 2-75.11, those are still active.
No, they're not active. The 1432 was resolved.
Okay.
And the vacant registry was complied. They are registered vacant.
Okay, so then the order should only have 2-75.6.2 and 2-75.9.
Correct.
That would,
Okay.
yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Based on that, yep.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so then that one. Okay, item 80. Oh, we're concluded with Ms. Turek now. Ms. Clinton Bush will come up.
All right.
Okay, we're going to start with your cases since we're already on that page. We're on page 32 still, item 84, case number 19-3156. Property address is 518 North F Street. Property owner is Pasquale Martin, Officer Clinton Bush.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury? Those are new. The bracelets. Your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You see what happens when you keep me so long? I didn't mean to embarrass you. Sorry.
You didn't.
Okay.
We've been having the mask on.
Oh, maybe they're not new. You're right. That's what it is.
You read it off?
Yeah, go ahead whenever you're.
Officer Clem Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Court Compliance in the case number 19-3156 with Martin Pasquale in the address of 518 North F Street. The owner was here today. He left for work, but he understands what we're doing today in the proceedings.
Okay.
Found the owner in violation of the code sections of Lakewood Code of Ordinances 12-17, storage and accumulation. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23.4-19, outdoor storage. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 2-75.6.2, painting and protective treatment that's required for the property structure. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, landscaping shall be maintained and provide living ground cover. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23-4.10A3, prohibited parking. Parking is prohibited on the lawns. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 15-39, to remove all abandoned vehicles from the property. We issued formal notice of violation, notice of hearing on February 16, 2021 by certified mail. And the certified mail was returned to us on May 5th, 2021. The property was posted on April 19, 2021. The property is being inspected on May 25th, 2021, found to not be in compliance. I do have photographs which are a clear and accurate representation of what I witnessed. At this time, we are recommending a fine time of June 28, 21 to come into compliance, or a fine of $100 per day with administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 28, 2021 as well. They painted the structure, but it wasn't finished.
Pardon me?
It was a different in the color because they painted it.
That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, he
Like,
wasn't
wow,
finished painting though.
They went a different direction with the color. Okay. With the return certified mail and the posting, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. You said he was here earlier, but had to leave. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation to require compliance no later than June 28th, 2021. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than June 28th.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Okay, we're going to go to page 33, item 85, case number 19-4094 is complied. Item 86, case number 19-4113, property address of 718 North H Street. Property owner is Brian J. and Joseph M. Anzaroff, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Code compliance. We have entered into a stipulated agreement with Brian Anzaroff and Joe Anzaroff, who has the authority to enter into this stipulated agreement for the property located at 718 North H Street. The owner is granted until August 27, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. If the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance within the code section, a fine of $150 per day will be assessed, and that the owner understands that the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance Officer will re-inspect the property to verify that necessary work has been completed. The violations exist are Lakewood Code of Ordinances 12-14, garbage containers and recycling bins in view. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 12-17, storage and accumulation of garbage, trash, and debris. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 12-18, areas free of garbage, trash, and debris. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 14-35, to apply for and obtain the City of Lakewood Beach business license and approved inspections. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, that the landscape shall be maintained. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23.2-21, a building permit is required for installation of the split unit AC in a final inspection. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23.4-19, remove all outdoor storage of indoor furniture. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23.4-7, maintenance of the parking lot, and Lakewood Code of Ordinances 23.4-73, and that's the wheel stop must be anchored.
The only thing the stipulated agreement I've reviewed, it's been fully executed. The only thing I noticed, the respondent did not initial the pages of Exhibit A. Is that a?
Yes, they actually emailed it back this morning, but I already left for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have that.
Yeah.
And then in that case, the stipulated agreement is reviewed and approved.
Thank you.
Item 87, case number 20-209 is complied. On page 34, item 88-160 is complied. Item number 89, case number 20-2698 is complied, and I'm not sure if I read in earlier. Item 90, case number 20-149 is rescheduled to 24. So now we are going to move on to page 2 of the agenda. Item number 5, case number 19-1 888. It's a public request for a lien reduction for the property located at 1100 Barnett Drive. Property owner is 1100 Barnett Drive Management, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Also, Clinton Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance entered into a stipulated agreement with the parties at 1100 Barnett Drive Management, who has the authority to enter into the agreement, and that the property is free of all outstanding debts due to the city and meets the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the City Code of Ordinances. The lien existing on the property totals $25,350, and the owner agrees to pay $2,535 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $2,535, and the owner agrees to make the payments by June 28th, 2021. And if the city does not receive the payment set forth above, the stipulated agreement will be null and void, and the existing lien amount of $25,350 would be reinstated, sir.
All right, I did review the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is in proper form and it is.
Next is page 3 of the agenda, item 7, case number 18-6005. This is a public request for a lien reduction. Property address is 1511 South Palm Way. Property owner is Hans Peter Van Vliet, Officer Clinton Bush, and it's a stipulated agreement.
The Clinton Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance, previously sworn, entered into a stipulated agreement with the owner, Van Vliet Peter, who has the authority to enter into the agreement for 1511 South Palm Way in Lakewood Beach, Florida. The property otherwise is free of all outstanding debts due to the city and meets the requirements of 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1. The lien existing on the property totals $29,925, and the owner agrees to pay $5,985 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $5,985, and the owner agrees to make the payment by June 28th, 2021. If the payment is not received, that the existing lien amount of $29,925 be reinstated, sir.
I've reviewed the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It is in proper order and it is approved.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Bear with me, I couldn't keep up with that one. Next, we're going to go to page 22 of the agenda. Item 61, case number 19-4050 is complied. Item 62, case number 20-453 is complied. Item 63, case number 20-1604 is complied. Page 23, case number 20-1696, property address of 402 Ocean Breeze. Property owner is Michael and Lydia Abrams, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance, previously sworn, entered into a stipulated agreement with the property owners. The property owners has the authority to enter into the agreement for the property located at 402 Ocean Breeze in Lakewood Beach, Florida. The owner is granted until June 30th, 2021 to come into compliance as specified in Exhibit A, and that if the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code sections in Exhibit A, $100 per day will be assessed. And that the owner understands that a City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance Officer will reinspect the property to verify that it has complied. The violations that exist on the property from Exhibit A includes Lakewood Code of Ordinances 14-35 to apply for and obtain the City of Lakewood Beach approved use and occupancy inspection. Lakewood Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, and that's to cut, mow, trim all hedges, bushes, shrub, trees. Okay, that's also.
I did review the stipulated agreement. All the pages are initialed and it's in proper form and is.
Next is item 5, case number 20-1746, property address of 1007 Northeast Street. Property owner is Maria Latigua, Officer Clinton Bush, and they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance, previously sworn, entered into a stipulated agreement with Maria Lantigua who has the authority to enter into agreement for 1007 North East Street in Lake Worth Beach, Florida. The owner is granted until August 27, 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. And if the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A, that $150 per day will be assessed. The owner understands that the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance Officer will re-inspect the property to verify that necessary work has been completed. The violations from Exhibit A includes Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.6-1, landscape regulations, cut, mow, trim all hedges, bushes, shrubs, and trees, apply grass to all living ground cover to all bare areas. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 23.2-21, to apply for and obtain a building permit. To achieve compliance, permits must be applied for and obtain final inspections to close.
All right, thank you. I did review the stipulated agreement. It's in proper form and it is approved.
Thank you, sir.
Item 66, case number 20-1952 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Page 24, item 67, case number 20-1955 is complied. Item 68, case number 20-2090 has been rescheduled to August 26th. Page 25, item number 69, case number 20-2136, property address of 1831 North Tennessee Highway. Property owner is Avalon, PA, Officer Clinton Bush.
Officer Clinton Bush with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance, previously sworn, case number 20-2631, Vista Villa Investment Inc., where the mailing address is 5577, this Cortez Circle in Boynton Beach, Florida. I issued a formal notice of violation, notice of hearing on February 10th, 2021 by certified mail. The certified mail was received on February 17th, 2021. The property was re-inspected for compliance on May 25th, 2021, found to be in non-compliance. I do have photographs which are a clear and accurate representation of what I witnessed. The violation details is vacant registry. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.11 to register vacant lot with vacant property pro-champs. Lake Worth Code of Ordinances 2-75.9, and that will be the landscaping. And that's to cut, mow, trim all hedges, bushes, shrub, trees, and grass. And apply approved living ground coverings. The recommendation time is to comply by June 30th, 2021, or a fine of $150 and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by June 30th, 2021 as well.
What, the original notice had a building permit and residential fence wall and hedge on it. What are those?
I believe those were resolved because it's a vacant lot. I wasn't the code officer is no longer.
No, that's okay. All right, you do have proper notice with the delivered certified mail. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation of 2-75.11 and 2-75.9. The other code sections are resolved. I will accept the city's recommendation and require compliance no later than June 30th of 2021. After that, daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved, and the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded, payable no later than June 30th.
That concludes Officer Clinton Bush.
Had a quick one today. See you next time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we are going to go to page 10 of the agenda.
Got all the rest of the file. Page 10.
Page 10, item 31, case number 19-4130, property address of 230 North L Street. Property owner is 18 Waves LLC. Oh my goodness, Officer Beware, and they have entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Boaz entered a stipulated agreement with 18 Waves LLC. The person signed a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into a stipulated agreement. The violation exists at the owner's property located at 230 North L Street, Lake Worth Beach. The owner is granted until August 30th of 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he or she will not be entitled to an extension of the time to correct the violations and agrees that he or she will not request the same. That if the owner does not correct the violation, bring the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A by the set date in Section 3 above, a fine of $150 will be assessed per day. The owner understands that the City of Lake River Beach Code Compliance Officer will re-inspect the property to verify whether the necessary work has been completed and corrected and the violations in Exhibit A.
All right, I've reviewed the stipulated agreement, including the exhibit. It's in proper form and is approved.
Okay, next is page 11, item 32, case number 20-123 has been rescheduled until June 24th. Item number 33, case number 20-414, property address of 504 South Dixie Highway. Property owner is J. Jalarm LLC. Officer Beware, they've entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Boulware entered into a stipulated agreement with J Alarm LLC. The person signing a stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into the stipulated agreement. The violation exists at the owner's property located at 504 South Dixie Highway, Lakewood Beach. The owner is granted until August 30th of 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he or she will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violation and agree that he or she will not request the same. That if the owner does not correct the violations and bring the property into compliance with the code section cited in Exhibit A by the set date, there'll be fine of $100 per day. The owner understands the City of Lake River Beach Code Compliance Officer will conduct a re-inspection to verify the necessary work has been completed and corrected in Exhibit A.
Did review the stipulated agreement. It appears to be in proper form and it is approved.
Okay, next is item 35, case number 20-1134, property address of 522 Lucerne Avenue. Property owner is 522 Lucerne LLC. Officer Beware, I'm not gonna be able to say your name after like 3 of these.
Case number is 20-1134. Owners is 522 Lucerne LLC. Address is 522 Lucerne Ave, Lake Worth. The property location is 522 Lucerne Ave. This was a field observation. The case was initiated on March 3rd of 2020. The existing violations, code ordinance 14-32, business license requirements, 14-35, use and occupancy certification, 2-75, 6.2, general requirements, 23.4-4, parking lot maintenance, parking lots, arrow and striping, 23.2-21, building permits, 23.5-1, signs, 12-18, areas free of garbage and trash, 12-7, dumpster requirements. Violations that have been complied or resolved is 15-43, graffiti, which been complied. The owner was notified per certified mail on February 11th of 2021. The certified mail was received February 16th of 2021. The last reinspection was May 26th of 2021. I have no contact with the owner. Photographs were taken. The recommendation time for correction is August 30th of 2021, or a fine of $150 per day, with administrative costs of $425.29 paid by August 30th of 2021.
With the received certified mail, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property has complied with City Code Section 15-43, but remains in violation of the other sections that were cited in the notice. I'll accept the recommendation allowed till August 30th of 2021 for the violations to be complied. After that, daily fines of $150 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. City's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and payable no later than August 30th.
Page 12, item 36, case number 20-1264 is complied. Page 13, item 38, case number 20-1592 is complied. Item number 39, case number 20-1594, property address is 725 North Federal Highway. Property owner is Mandel Dene. Officer Beware.
Case number 20-1594. Owner name is Danae Mandel. Address is 5302 Fountains Drive, Unit 216 in Lake Worth. The property location 725 North Federal Highway. This was a field observation. The case was initiated on June 5th, 2020. Existing violations 2-756.2, general requirements. 2-75.9, landscape. 14-32, business license. 14-35, use not to be certification. 23.2-21, building permit. 23.4-19, outdoor storage. Violations complied or resolved. 2-756.6, 2-756.6, fire safety requirements complied. 23-4.10, parking prohibited, complied. Courtesy notice was issued on June 9th of 2020. The property was re-inspected and found in non-compliance on January 1st of 2021. The owner was notified via certified mail on February 18th of 2021. Certified mail was not received. The property was posted on April 26th of 2021. The last re-inspection was May 11th of 2021. The property is found still be in non-compliance. I have contact with the owner. Photographs were taken. Recommendation time is July 27th of 2021, or fines of $100 per day, with administrative cost of $425.29 paid on July 27th of 2021.
All right, with the return to certified mail followed up with posting, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find the property has complied with city code sections 2-75.6.6 and 23-4.10 parens A parens 3, but remains in violation of the other violations that were cited in the notice. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow until July 27th of 2021 to cure the outstanding violations. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. Administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and payable no later than July 27th.
Next is page 14, item number 40, case number 20-2700. Property address is 905 North J Street. Property owner is World Web Media LLC. Officer Boulware.
Case number 20-2700, owners World Web Media LLC. The address is 700 North Valley Street, Suite B, and Anaheim, California. The property location is 905 North J Street. This was a field observation. The case was initiated December 7th of 2020. The existing violations, 14-32, business license requirements, 14-35, use not to be certification, 2-756.2, general requirements, 2-756.6, fire safety requirements, 23.4-19, outdoor storage, 12-17, storage accumulation, 12-18, areas free of garbage and trash, 23.2-21, building permits. The violation has been complied or resolved is 2-75.9, landscaping, complied. A former notice, owner was notified via certified mail on February 10th of 2021. Certified mail was not received. The property was posted on April 26th of 2021. The last reinspection was on May 26th of 2021. I had no contact with the owner. Photographs were taken. The recommendation time is July 27th of 2021, or a fine of $100 per day, with administrative cost of $425.29 paid by July 27th of 2021.
All right, thank you. With the return certified mail and the posting, the city has proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property has complied with city code section 2-75.9, but remains in violation of all other code sections cited in the notice. I will accept the recommendation from the city, allow until July 27th for the outstanding violations to be complied. After that, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. The city is also awarded an administrative cost of $425.29 payable no later than July 27th.
Item 41, case number 20-2707. Property address is 715 6th Avenue North. Property owner is Anatalia R. Rosado, Officer Boulware.
Case number is 20-2707. Owner's name is Rosada Anatolia. The address is 715 6th Avenue North in Lake Worth Beach. The property location 715 6th Avenue North. This was a field observation. Case was initiated on December 8th, 2020. Violations existing, 14-32 business license requirements, 23.2-21 building permits. The violations that have been complied or resolved is 14-35 for youth notice certification. That's been resolved. Courtesy notice was issued on December 8th, 2020. The property was re-inspected on January 19th, 2021 and found in non-compliance. The owner was notified via certified mail on February 18th, 2021. Certified mail was received on February 22nd, 2021. The property's last re-inspection was May 11th of 2021. I had contact with the owner. Photographs were taken. Recommendation time is July 27th of 2021 with a fine of $75 per day, with administration costs of $425.29 paid by July 27 of 2021.
All right, I do find proper notice with the received certified mail, even though the respondent is not present. I find property remains in violation of City Code sections 1432 and 23.2-21. I find 1435, which was cited, has been resolved. I'll accept the city's recommendation on the outstanding violations to allow July 27th, 2021 for compliance. After that, daily fines of $75 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved, and the city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable by July 27th.
Item 42, case number 21-1006. Address 728 Lake Avenue. Property owner is 728 Lake Avenue LLC. Officer Boulware.
Case number is 21-1006. Owner's address is 728 Lake Avenue LLC. The address is 900 East Atlantic Avenue, Suite 5 in Delray Beach. Property location is 728 Lake Ave. This was a complaint. The case was initiated on April 27 of 2021. This is a repeat case. The existing violations, right, as it stands, is 15-43 graffiti, 2-75 6.2 general requirements, 2-75.9 landscaping, 23.2-21 building permit, 23.2-31 site design standards. The property was posted on April 30th. And let me take a step back. The owner was notified via certified mail on April 28th of 2021. The property was posted on April 30th. The last reinspection was May 25th. I had contact with the owner. Photos were taken of the violations. The recommendation time is July 27th of 2021, or a fine of $150 per day with administration costs of $425.29 paid by July 27 of 2021.
Excuse me. All right, with the posting and the unreceived certified mail, I will find proper notice. Let's see, we have previous case 19-2332, for which the respondent was found in violation of City Code sections 2-75.6.2 and 23.2-21. So those violations are repeat violations. 2-75.9 and 23.2-31. I find be in violation, but they are not repeat. They were not part of. Hang on. 2332. Yeah. Let's see, this case was initiated on April 27th. So for the two repeat code sections, I will assess daily fines of $150 per day beginning April 27th. For the non-repeat violations, I'll allow until July 27th for compliance, and thereafter daily fines of $150 additionally per day until compliance is achieved. The city is awarded administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than July 27th.
And the repeat starts April 27th of this year or last year?
This year.
Was it this year? I thought it was this year. Yeah.
This year, 2021, okay. Okay, the next ones, we have 11 that they've all entered into a same exact stipulated agreement. There's two different owners. You want me just to read them all all of them in the record at one time, and then she can let you know.
Yeah, let's try and, yeah, if they're all identical, if you want to read the case numbers and the addresses into the record, and then you can just give me one. Let's just, put it on the record so it applies to all of them. And I'm okay with that if the city's okay with that.
Yes.
Keep it that way.
Okay, case number 21-1084, property address is 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 1, which is owned by Seven Angels LLC. Case number 21-1086, Unit 10, owned by Five Eagles LLC. Case number 21-1087, 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 11, owned by Five Eagles LLC. 201 South Lakeside Drive, number 2, owned by Seven Angels LLC. That's case number 21-1090. Case number 21-1092, property address of 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 3, owned by Seven Angels LLC. Case number 21-1109, property address of 201 South Lakeside Drive, number 4, owned by Seven Angels LLC. Case number 21-1111, property address of 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 5, owned by Seven Angels LLC. Case number 21-1112, property address of 201 South Lakeside Drive, number 6, owned by Five Eagles LLC. Case number 21-1113, 201 South Lakeside Drive, number 7, owned by Seven Angels LLC. Case number 21-1114, property address 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 8, owned by Five Eagles LLC. Case number 21-1115, property address 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 9, owned by Five Eagles LLC. That totals 11 units.
Okay, and they're all the exact same stipulated agreement terms? Okay, go ahead and put them on the record.
The city of Officer Boulware has entered a stipulated agreement with Seven Angels LLC. That person signed a stipulated agreement, have the authority to enter into a stipulated agreement. The violation exists at the owner's property located at 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 1 in Lake Worth Beach. The owner is granted until August 30th to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he or she will not be entitled to an extension of time to correct the violations, and agrees that he or she will not request the same. That if the owner does not correct the violations or bring the property into compliance within the code section cited in Exhibit A by the set date set in Section 3 above, a fine of $150 per day will be assessed. The owner understands that the Lake Worth Beach, sorry, the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance Officer will re-inspect the property to verify whether the necessary work has been corrected and complied. And also the City of Lake Worth Beach had entered a stipulated agreement with Five Eagles LLC. The person that signed up stipulated agreement has authority to enter into a stipulated agreement. The violations exist at the owner's property located 201 South Lakeside Drive, Unit 6. The owner is granted to August 30th of 2021 to obtain compliance as specified in Exhibit A. Owner understands and agrees that he or she will not be granted an extension and will not request the same. The owner understands if he or she does not correct the violations by August 3rd, it'll be assessed $150 per day. And the owner understands that the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance Officer will re-inspect the property to verify whether necessary work has been completed and corrected as cited in Exhibit A.
And can you make it clear that it's not just those two specific units, that we've got the other units?
The stipulated agreement for units 1 through unit 10. The owner provided an email which was notarized and signed that Unit 11 has no access to the public and poses no fire, health, safety risks.
Okay, and those Five Eagles and Seven Angels are the two owners,
yes.
And we have the 10 properties. I've reviewed an example agreement that is in proper form, and they are all approved.
11 units.
Just 11 units.
11. All the ones that were read into the record.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, item 54, case number 20-2116 has been rescheduled till June 24th. Item 56, case number 20-2192 is complied. Item 20-2232 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Case number 20-2711 has been rescheduled to July 29th. Case number 20-2870 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Case number 20-2872 has been rescheduled to June 24th. Now we're going to go to the last page. We have two orders we need to, oh, I'm sorry, we're Officer Boulware is complete.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Did you do 70 and 71?
I can, let's
I
see.
didn't have them scratched off.
Okay, I may have missed
They're
those.
both rescheduled.
Case number 20-2599 has been rescheduled to June 24th, and case number 20-2631 has been rescheduled to June 24th. On page 27, we have two additions. We have two cases we'd like to, two orders that we would like to vacate. Case number 19-3585, property located at 335 Cornell Drive, and case number 18-5849, property address of 335 Cornell Drive, Code Manager Robinson.
Okay. And did you do number 99? Can you read that?
99, case number 21-154 has been rescheduled to June 24th.
All right, let's do the ads.
All right, so case number 19, I'm gonna do 18 first. So case number 185849, the city is requesting that the order be vacated, the finding violation and assessing fine and claims of lien recorded at official record book 30479 and pages 925 through 926. So this case needs to be vacated because it was incorrectly cited, it was incorrectly presented. The violations complied prior to the hearing.
Okay.
So we need to vacate this order.
All right, granted.
Okay, and for the 19 case, same property, 335 Cornell Drive. This case was predicate upon this one, so it was a repeat case. So we need to
So it's-
vacate the repeat case. This is no longer a repeat.
And that's
Because-
granted as well.
Thank you so much.
I think that's it. I gotta tell you, I'm pleasantly surprised. So it is 1:43 and we've concluded all the matters on the agenda and we stand adjourned.